Oh, it looks like we got in just in time. Just in time for it to gap higher. And we're just getting everything else kind of set up here, so we'll... Nope. We will be with y'all momentarily. But in the meantime, how about this? Well, it would help if you spelled his name correctly, but that's who, you know, details, right? Who cares? Oh boy, really? Oh, here we go again with this. Oh, I know why. Ha ha. Okay, let's try this, shall we?
What's up, everybody? It's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video. And in this video, I was watching Donahue's video talking about the beef between Ken Griffin.
Okay, there we go.
Donald Trump.
Thanks, Corex.
Market Insider. I'll go over there in just a second. But I come up with an idea, and I told him about it. And check this out. Hey, AMC Apes, I have an idea. At real Donald Trump and Kenny Boy are beefing. Let's all work together and get hashtag get rid of Ken Griffin and tag the Don like I just did. Maybe he will see our message and hashtag. Share it on every social platform, including Truth Social. Now, by the time you see this video, it'll be on Twitter. Y'all can go like it, retweet it, and let's get it out there. But this is the article that Donahue was talking about. Market Insider's billionaire Ken Griffin firm calls Trump media CEO a loser after criticism of short selling. I'll link to the video so y'all can go watch Donahue's video on it, and I don't have to repeat that. But after I watched that video, and then I came and I read the article, I said, maybe this could go a little deeper. Let's dig and see if there's anything else we could be between Donald Trump and Ken Griffin. Because if anybody can take Ken Griffin down, it's the Don. So I want you to stop.
Oh, okay. I'm not putting my money there, but
where Ken Griffin was talking about Donald Trump.
Washington, you've become one of the largest individual donors to political candidates in the United States, and as a result, your voice carries an increasing amount of weight inside the Republican Party. If you've told me, Ken, and you told others that it was, and presumably still is, time for America to move on from Trump.
I must tell you, having worked with him directly during the onset of the pandemic, he cares deeply about America. A lot of good things happened in that administration under his leadership. And I think for just a litany of reasons, it's time the country moves forward. We should thank the president for his leadership over the pandemic. But the president of the United States is not just about policies, it's about the prestige of the office, it's about bringing our country together, it's about unifying the American psyche. We fell short on that as a country in his administration. So now you talk about the battle for the White House. And I'd like to think that the Republican Party is ready to move on from somebody who's been, for this party, a three-time loser.
Now, three-time loser, Trump. Come on, man. No wonder they beefing. He called him a three-time loser and backed DeSantis, and he just knew DeSantis was going to take Trump, and he didn't. Stepped out the side. So now, Ken, what happened to all that fucking donation money? You should get some of it back. I'd check with, what's his name? Ron. Let's get this hashtag trending, people. Get rid of King Griffin and tag Donald Trump in every tweet, because I'm going to tell you something.
Get rid of him from what?
Next president.
His own company? I mean, what is...
Or not.
What?
So with that, hope you tweet, because I'm going to tell you something. That's going to be your next president. Believe it or not. So...
Oh, Trump will? Oh, okay. Well, gauging on the accuracy of his predictions on everything else, not fucking likely, is it? Thank God. Jesus Christ. Okay. Ah. Look at that. A bounce. Who would have thunk? Oh. Now that's interesting. What you say? I don't know. Slowly getting everything up here. And we'll be ready to start for real here very soon, I think. Okay, how about this?
It's not financial advice, not legally.
Oh, it's that time already.
Purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos I put them out. See what I'm thinking, see analyzing that data. But like I tell every day, the day they release us is false. Man, it gives a false narrative of the market, so we can make bad trading decisions. Listen, the House passed a bill over the weekend approving $95 billion for aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. Okay? And I'm not saying help our allies, because, I mean, that's how we stay strong. We help our allies. But charity begins at home. How do you have $95 billion for overseas for other countries to fight their conflicts, and some of it protect our interests? I understand that. But how's there no money for DOJ, for SEC, for FBI, for the regulatory agency and the law enforcement agencies that are supposed to police the market and protect retail investment? They always claiming no resources to investigate the fraud and corruption in the market. But you guys find $95 billion to send overseas. Why didn't you send them $90 billion and allocate $5 million for us? Why didn't you find $5 million for us? $5 billion rather. $5 billion to police the market. The evidence of fraud and corruption in our financial industry
that's funny.
Is next level. It is off the hook. And as far as I'm concerned, like I tell you guys all the time,
Is that echo gone?
Resources to investigate the fraud and corruption, especially the AMC and GME play, because the fraud is overwhelming. The fraud is overwhelming. Okay? So when you claim there is
I'm
no
just
money,
overwhelmed by
no
the fraud.
resources,
It's crazy.
there is no money for the things that you don't want to.
Angelo is predicting a
There is
AMC
no money for the
S.
things that's not important to your donors. Okay?
No,
If the people
not okay.
donating money to their campaigns wanted an investigation of the stock market, wanted an investigation of the short selling, I mean a real investigation, guess what would happen? We would have short selling.
Well, what else would S stand for? Buick, Charlotte,
But because the people
but squeeze.
that donate money or bribe or however you want to interpret it, who donate this money to the politicians, don't want the stock market investigated properly, don't want retail investors protected, there's never any money to properly patrol what's going on inside the stock market.
Is it really their job to patrol
They
it?
found $95 billion of our taxpayer money to send overseas, but there's never enough money here for Social Security, for housing, for all these other things that we need right here on U.S. soil. The funds are never available, but whenever they need money to send overseas, somehow the money just magically appears like a magic trick.
Like a magic trick.
Please leave some comments. Tell me what you
Hello,
think.
Lynn.
It's appropriate for them to send $95 billion overseas, but there's no money here to properly
What? Actually, I got one for you.
of the United States
What
financial sector.
is the
Anyway,
pirates?
Have a great day. God bless. I appreciate y'all on this journey with me.
The pirates' favorite letter of the alphabet. Anybody know? And what's happening with the futures? Oh boy. Oh. Ooh. Ooh, a bounce. Ooh. Who would have ever guessed that?
What is good, Lottery Stocks fam? I missed you guys. If you didn't know from some of the videos that you missed, I did go on a cruise for a week. That is why I didn't upload too much this week, but I did post 2 videos for you guys.
What? He went on a cruise. See, where's Badback? Even this clown's going on vacation. This pillar in the this bastion in the meme stock grifter community. Even this clown has the funds to go on a cruise. Although cruises are really cheap these days, pretty much. They can be, but a couple $100. But for an inside cabin with no Wi-Fi, so you can't upload videos. But yeah, wow. Let's hear that again. Let's hear that again.
What is good, Lottery Stocks fam? I missed you guys. If you didn't know from some of the videos that you missed, I did go on a cruise for a week. That is why I didn't upload too much this week, but I did post 2 videos for you guys, and one of them was this one, how to go from 0 to 100K in 1 year, what I would do personally starting from 0, and then the next one that was pretty exciting and interesting was Trey's trades and what actually happened to him. Either way, the trip was extremely fun. I missed you guys. The Wi-Fi.
Well, that what actually happened to him? Okay. Maybe we should check that one out. That sounds more fun. Trey's trades. What actually happened to him? And nobody with the what's the pirate's favorite letter of the alphabet? Nobody knows. Somebody's got to know. It's a joke.
From Game Investor himself, June 5th, 2021. Interview with Trade's most viewed AMC stream of all time. Trey was on wired connection, and his computer was damaged so badly it had to be replaced. During the live interview, cybersecurity specialist posted screen captures of the DDoS attack raining down on San Francisco and Trey's location. When I spoke with Trey after the interview was killed, he was very concerned for his safety. Trey told me that he'd been tracked by a car with a Citadel sticker on the vehicle, and that he was followed.
What? Oh, fuck you.
Men walked in and
Give me a fucking break.
Intimidated.
Bullshit.
His military superior was dispatched to the location where Trey was awaiting for protection. In quotes, I've never told this story before, but if you want to know why Trey left the AMC movement, this is probably a major contributing factor. When I said welcome to my world, I was referring to the number of times that I'd been under relentless cyber attack at home and in the office over the prior months.
I don't even know who is the I there, because they were saying, if you want to know why Trey left, okay, right? This is a third person here. Who the fuck is, who's telling that? When I spoke with Trey during the live interview, okay, is it the cybersecurity I mean, whose voice are we hearing here? Bam? Is this fucking Bam? Is it his fucking voice? If it is that fucking clown, holy fuck.
Attack at home and in the office over the prior months and years.
Okay, right? When I said welcome to my world, I was referring to it is Bam, it's got to be. I was referring to the number of times that I'd been under relentless cyber attack at home and in the office over the prior months and years, which is bullshit too. Bullshit too. He's ridiculous.
Relentless cyber attack at home and in the office over the prior months and years.
Like, my internet looks good, but this looks like this thing is crashed. I've never seen this on my computer.
So, welcome to my world.
What?
Yeah. Oh, it looks like your computer fucking crashed there, Trey. I mean, the stream was still working. Whatever. I do remember that. Others might also remember. And then there was a big controversy because Bam bought him a computer, and it was like, well, clearly that thing is going to be bugged and trapped with all kinds of spyware and bullshit, you know, for whoever Bam works for. But yeah, I do remember this is when he was staying in hotels still too. This was. Yeah, I don't know the date on this. I mean, unfortunately, he's got this all cut off. He doesn't have any. This is how you know this is a bullshit piece of propaganda nonsense. You can't easily see when did this take place. I don't know. Was the date on the tweet here at the beginning? I don't know. No, of course not. Of course fucking not. Why would it be? Why in the fuck would you have something like that? Why would you want to know? Fuck you. Fuck you, Bam. Fuck you, Trey. And fuck you, lottery stocks. You fucking cocksuckers.
Prior months and years.
Like, my internet looks good, but this looks like this thing is crashed. I've never seen this on my computer.
One thing I think we can all agree on, Trey is a terrible fucking actor. He is the worst fucking actor ever. Worse than Matt Stoner. Matt Stoner.
So, welcome to my world.
What the heck just happened?
Welcome to my world. Everyone's thought for the past 5 years that you know, what was happening to my cell phone really wasn't happening. What was happening at home at the office wasn't happening.
I've got a wired connection right now.
Yeah, sorry, Bam, but the fact that, you know, whatever this is, guess what? Has nothing to fucking do with you. But, oh, well, now everybody thought that I was, yeah, bullshit. That guy, he's a washed up, has been, never was, piece of shit.
My internet should be fine. I can't
want to be grifter.
Screens. Everything just went black.
I've got a, PhD cybersecurity person. I've got a new team that's setting up all my new systems, and they're going to be monitored out of Israel 24/7. So. Oh, they're going to be monitored out of Israel 24/7.
Oh, great! That sounds fantastic. Yes, awesome. What the fuck?
My world, but
I probably said the same exact thing in 2021 when this happened, by the way. I'm sure I did.
Not going away. You're not going away. Call me anytime you want, and we'll talk about anything you want.
When I learned that his computer had been destroyed during the interview, I offered to pay for a new computer, not to send him a new.
So yeah, here you go. This is the controversy I was talking about there.
As the shills claimed all over Twitter, the goal of bad actors was and is to divide the AMC community and create distrust between all of us. In Trey's case, they succeeded.
Create distrust, right?
Calls after this event. I wished him well. Although I'll never give up and I'll never quit exposing corruption, I understand why a younger person would want to step away from this nightmare. They have destroyed my business and reputation built up for decades.
What?
And although I don't blame
no,
on these attacks,
you destroyed your own business and reputation because your product sucks. Your insight is useless. And it doesn't work. That's why your business is destroyed and your reputation is shitty. I mean, that's pretty much the way it always is, right? I mean, that's who else could be responsible for it?
Knows if
fucking clown.
As for me, I filed an SEC whistleblower report many months ago, and I continue to gather information and video proof of stock manipulation and continue to pass it along to whoever will listen. Good luck. We were not wrong. We had them beat.
And I've got a beautiful guest here with us. You can't see his face. This is just a decision that, he's made, and we respect privacy here, obviously, but this is BAM Investor on the call.
At the very start, Trey quoted that we, of course, respect privacy. At the beginning of this interview, Trey ends up having a little bit of software issues.
Great to have you here, brother. Oh, it looks like the streaming software might have done something goofy. Gotta make sure this is still working okay. I think it's still good.
At least, he quotes, at least we thought. Which is odd, especially being on wired connection from what we know. Now, what is a DDoS attack, and why was it on Trey's location? A denial of service.
I have a better question than that.
Trader seeks to make a machine of service.
Why do you have a fucking sheet hanging up in the background next to your? What is this? That's a water. Is that a water? Or wait, it says Whirlpool, but I think it's one of those water dispensers. Is this in the kitchen? Is this a kitchen? Like, what the hell here? Are you in a camper? What in the fuck is going on? Like, I would think you would want to cover whatever the hell this is over here up too. In my mind, that's a refrigerator. I think it's a cabinet. But what the fuck are we looking at here? Good fucking God.
The DDoS attack, and why was it?
We should have respected your own privacy and not appeared on camera here.
Location.
Jesus.
Denial of service attack is a cyber attack.
The background music.
The perpetrator seeks to make a machine or network resource unavailable to its intended users by temporarily or indefinitely disrupting services of a host connected to a network. So a DDoS attack on his location while being wired and having issues. The interview ended up being killed. Following that, a close friend reaches out to him, and the information that was gathered is that Trey was afraid for his safety. This is where we stand right now. I just find it a little bit odd that social media is toxic. Of course, comments are toxic, and this was the initial reason we thought Trey left. But why did 4, 5, 6 other influencers leave the AMC community? Were they paid off? Were they threatened? We've seen previously FINRA being fined, paying.
So those are the two choices. They were paid off or threatened. That is the level of critical thinking we are dealing with here, folks. He was either paid off or threatened. That's the only possibilities, because everything's a binary choice for these simpletons. Oh my God. You always have to drag FINRA in. It's always FINRA. Wonder how Trey's mom is doing. Oh boy. I'm going to keep my mouth shut because, lest I be compared to Mr. Morantz. They always do have to drag FINRA in, FINRA can't catch a break.
And this was the initial reason we thought Trey media's safety. This is where we stand right now. I just find it a little bit odd that social media is toxic. Of course, comments are toxic, and this was the initial reason we thought Trey left. But
look at those comments there. That's fucking great. Look at these comments here.
This is where we stand right now. I just find it a little bit odd that social media is toxic. Of course,
short ladder attack. You've been hacked. Have you tried turning it off and then turning it back on? Please follow BAM on Twitter from a mod. Use a VPN. Trey spent all of his money on AMC and can now only afford McDonald's Wi-Fi. Just make a video and don't make it a live. Complete nonsense. Get a VPN. No, that's brilliant. Brilliant.
Comments are toxic, and this was the initial reason we thought Trey left. But why did 4, 5, 6 other influencers leave the AMC community? Were they paid off or were they threatened? We've seen previously FINRA being fined, paying influencers off to write false narratives or biased opinions. So this could not be too far-fetched. Where did Trey's trades go? Where did Short the VIX, Masked Investor, Lou versus Wall Street, Review Dork, all of them go when talking about AMC? When it comes to AMC, an update on Trey's life. He's been training, eating well, working on his physique, looking like an absolute barbarian. Is he doing all of this because somebody is after him? Is he doing all of this because Citadel was after him? He felt like he didn't have control over his life, over his situation, over his safety, even going to his personal Facebook.
Probably not.
People
Probably not.
Movement
if I had to guess, I'd say probably not.
And he will not give answers. However, putting piece to piece together,
but we do have we have a screenshot.
Could this have been a possibility
of the error code of the actual error that Trey received here? I'm going to pull this in momentarily.
Just know if I ever go missing, it won't be my own decision. You guys,
okay.
As we wait for Trey,
we'll remember that. I'll remember that. I'll be too giddy. I'll be too giddy. Oh, where's Roaring Kitty? Here's the error that Trey received. This is a direct screenshot from the machine. So I believe Lynn was correct there on the ID 10T error. Anyway, where's Roaring Kitty?
I hope everyone's happy.
He's fucking gone. He left. That he, Trey didn't follow the Roaring Kitty playbook. Should have. Wow. Okay, so let's come back over here to the futures real quick and see what's happening before we go ahead and continue with this here.
What is good, Lottery Sox fam? I missed you guys.
Not that. And then get into the real stuff here. Okay, we'll have some commentary here momentarily on these, but these futures. But, let's see here. Well, what is this all I'm seeing here? I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Let's do this here. This is kind of a bridge. Hopefully it's not a bridge too far.
Hi everybody. There's nobody.
Mr. John.
I just want
Johnny H.
Candid video. I don't know why it's so dark, but I had a few
because it's AMC. It is a dark period of your life.
Comments on this thing, this internet thing, and I wanted to address them. And a few things that I found. Somebody sent me something that this guy said
8 hours ago
on X, and I'm sorry for my enunciation. I'm just trying to get my thought patterns all together. The one of the things that I found interesting in some of the comments that I get or insults is "you're old." It's almost as if I don't wake up in the mirror and I don't see the obvious that I am old. I had this discussion with somebody yesterday at work, and he said, I am proud to say that I'm 74 years old. We lived in better times before the internet, believe it or not. I know it sounds strange. I think up to about maybe 2010 is when things started to get strange, weird, and people started.
Don't really know how this
with social media, the self
is relevant, but
all the other apps, the dating apps, things like that. And for me, I had to adjust to it. I'm naturally not a very social person anyway, so even going on social media, it wasn't something that I wanted to do. It was actually Mike the Marine that told me that I needed to speak out and start talking about things, about the markets. And I didn't want to do it but I did because I saw so few people doing it. So my main reason for doing this live right now is to get a few things off my chest. I wanted to share a few things. Excuse me. I'm drinking some root beer.
I'm hearing some clicking. I don't know if that's in his video or not. So hang on one second. Let me just check something here.
I'm here in London. It is a bustling Monday morning, and I'm about to go meet one of the titans of banking.
Okay, definitely in his video. Definitely in his video. Okay, just making sure.
Coffee. I drink root beer. I drink soda. It's a bad habit to have, but I do it. I wanted to bring up a few things here. Where's the comment? Okay. This lizard on again grifting. Ha ha ha.
Do you guys hear the clicking in his
60
video?
Yes, I am a lizard. That is true. Grifting, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have enough subscribers to get any type of revenue from ads, and I don't ask for any super chats. Everything I've done was part-time. Like when I got home, I haven't even worked on the last heist of the century in the last week. Because of work, because of school, I'm constantly writing papers. I'm constantly learning. It's something that is part of, if you're
bingo
Beta Kappa, I don't know word for word, but let me look it up real quick. It's something like love of learning is the guide of life. Okay, that's their motto. So it's always constantly learning. It's always something that you're never going to be so sure of and have so much confidence that you know everything. So I'm in that camp. I'm never going to learn everything. Let me see. There's another one. This was from last night. Somebody sent me this. I wish I could share it on the screen. Part of my OBS, I think is what it is not working. I get an echo, but it was from a noisy Korax. And this is Sean Tabor, if you guys don't know who he is. He and Phil For Real actually got my work number and decided to.
Okay. I feel like I should at least make the video chat available here so that noisy Korax can address anything that might be said about him if you want to. Oh, and there he is.
I know what he's going to talk about, so give me 1 second while I get my response.
Sure.
It's probably about him bitching about the fact that I keep calling him out about his silly ass fucking Adam Aron, Jeffrey Epstein bullshit thing.
Right. Now, anyone else that might be listening can verify that we got good audio on him and everything. That would be appreciated, because it seems like every week we got different weird problems. But I think, fingers crossed. I don't want to jinx myself. Okay, thanks, Charlotte. Okay. Are we clear to roll with this garbage here? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Let me. Okay.
Can't wait to roast this clown again.
Okay.
Accused me of harassment while they were harassing my work. That was probably I don't understand where you get that kind of logic, but
let me go back.
And then
I can slow it down. I need to. Oh, you can't. You're right. You can't. Okay. Okay. Let me just figure this out here. I gotta get this. Yeah. So anyway, did you end up having a live stream last night? I was.
No. I took a pass.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Things to do around the house to get things cleaned up, so I just stuck with that.
Ah.
At some point, though.
Oh, okay. I think
I've got several of these like longer videos that I just want to like mystery science theater them, because there's no way I could set through some of this clownery. Like fucking Bill Pulte on there with Tim Pool is like something I could like. I would end myself before I had to watch that alone.
oh yeah. That is that's special shit. Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Now let me. Okay. Good. Now, so we're still there. Okay. So now you need to hear the right. Okay. Now we'll see about this.
There we go.
And then it went from there, but I don't know.
Okay. Let me go back, and let me go back until where he starts. Here we go. So, and by the way, I'll just, make a suggestion here. John, the reason that it's so dark is because there's no light.
Your screen is dark. And you have a big...
Your screen has turned off. And you have a big light, which looks like actually a ceiling fan. And don't even mention, I won't mention that in Lynn's presence. Because we have a history of ceiling fans. Yeah. Up there with all like 3 or 4 lights on it on full blast. Yeah, so you need to just do some lighting work there, but make your screen
or set a forward.
Yeah, hang up this cool tapestry or whatever, and these tapestries directly behind you. Make that your backdrop. That might actually be cool then. Or use a green screen, thing on Zoom or something. But Boost, can we get Boost Oxygen to sponsor me? I don't know.
Greatest live stream setup, but I have a lamp that sets directly to the left and front of me specifically. So even if my monitors aren't giving enough, light up exposure to my face, there's something besides the lights behind me. And I don't have a light that directly hangs behind me, just blasting light and fucking with the camera optics.
Right. Yeah, generally speaking, in photography, you want the light to be shining onto the subject, not onto the back of the subject. That's how you get things like silhouettes and stuff like that. Shadows. Yeah, we want to avoid those generally. But I'm not an expert. That's not photographic advice. Anyway, here we go.
Not photography advice. Kind of like
exactly, precisely. Exactly. NPA, non-photographic advice. Okay, here we go.
There's another one. This was from last night. Somebody sent me this. I wish I could share it on the screen. Part of my OBS, I think is what it is not working. I get an echo. But it was from a noisy kohrs. And this is Sean Tabor, if you guys don't know who he is.
Then turn off your sound pickup from your recording on the... That's how you stop the echo. My friend, stop desktop record.
Yep.
He and Phil For Real actually got my work number and decided to accuse me of harassment while they were harassing my work. That was probably
okay. First of all, jackass, you were the one who contacted my employer first.
Ooh, really?
Okay.
Let's
get that.
I wasn't aware of that timing.
You little fucking piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You're the one who decided to try and @tag my employer on Twitter. So you can go fuck off.
Yeah.
After you went rummaging through my private life. So I want to hear it, you pussy-ass piece of shit.
Yeah. Okay. I thought that was... Yeah, where's Model 3 dude? He's countdown to a meltdown here. Okay, let's continue.
They did that, and then I had to inform the university police about their threats. And then it went from there, but
you did.
I don't know.
Right. This seems like a revised timeline to me, but...
Your employer is that if he decided he wanted to escalate it to legal activity, which he was on the border of, I would pursue that. That was the extent of any threat that was made in his direction.
Right. Which isn't really a threat because he would be the one that would be... Right. Certainly.
Logic, but they did that, and then it was from last night. Somebody sent me this. I wish I could share it on the screen. Part of my OBS, I think is what it is not working. I get an echo. But it was from a noisy kohrs. And this is Sean Tabor, if you guys don't know who he is.
It's Tabor.
He and Phil For Real actually got my work number and decided to accuse me of harassment while they were harassing my work.
I'm sorry, what did you say there? I didn't catch it in time.
I didn't ever contact his employer via his phone number. I never got his phone number. I never sought out or attempted to get his phone number. It's funny how he likes to make all these lies while accusing me of being the liar. It's really funny.
Right. Okay.
Because the only thing he has is projection. Because this is all stuff that he's done. He's tried to seek out my personal information, but no, it was us that was the instigators. It was him that was asking his followers to go out and dox people. But, you know, then the minute that someone else that was not comes out and starts giving out his personal information or information that he publicly posted on a public website, hi LinkedIn, then he suddenly is the victim. It's exactly the same stuff that Corey pulled. It's the same exact thing that all of these scumbag grifters pull when they get caught being a piece of shit.
Yeah, I remember that now. That because he posted on Twitter like a picture of you and information about you. Right, that was the first thing that happened. The first kind of thing in this little spat. Okay, gotcha.
Because I called him out for basically asking his subs to go dox people.
Right.
So
not cool, John. Not cool, John.
He and Phil for real actually got my work number and decided to accuse me of harassment while they were harassing my work. That was probably I don't understand where you get that kind of logic, but they did that, and then I had to inform the university police about their threats, and then it went from there. But I don't know what person in their right mind would think about threatening a university was a great idea. They have many means to take care of things like that, to investigate people. So I don't know why they did something like that.
Why'd the cops show up at your door and not mine?
Anyway.
Oh, that would be might be an interesting question to ask. Yeah.
Yeah. A noisy Korak says, "Gotta love when the shitbag grifters bring out the Jeffrey Epstein smear campaign. Same tactics that number one cuck." I just wanted to mention this for a second. Now, the word cuck, back in my day, I never thought I would say that, but back in my day, that was very rare that you heard anybody say that. Nowadays, it is utilized a lot because the degradation of society. It was not something that happened very often.
I'm not exactly sure what angle he means by that.
He's clearly a Trump-supporting Trump-tard. Now, I want to separate. When I use the term Trump-tard, I don't mean like your average Republican or average Trump supporter. I mean these kinds of people that are the like QAnon types.
The exceptionally stupid ones. The January 6th types. Yes. Yeah. The ones who incite violence and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
When I do that, I'm talking about the conspiratorial asswipes like he is. And so when I call him
QAnon, yeah.
It's because he's a conservative. He's these people that posture like these internet alpha males, and then when you give them a light shove, they fall on the ground and cry to teacher, and like one of those soccer players when they do the little like fake fall trying to get the ref to flag the other person with a red card or something,
Yeah.
That's exactly what they are. They posture like these tough guys, and then the minute someone claps back at them, they go, "Teacher, teacher, he's being mean to me, teacher."
Right. Okay. James said Q, and yeah, that's probably accurate too. Okay. As in QAnon.
We're like cucks everywhere. So to me, it was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And the other thing is, I've lived.
Well, I mean, I'm, at the risk of sounding like our friends over on the groupthink Discord, I think the implication is that possibly that you're like kind of a weak beta, type.
Yep.
I mean, with that particular terminology, that's, now I'm not saying that you are, and I'm probably inclined to agree with you, but in terms of the terminology and what it is meant to convey, That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me, it was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And the other.
And also, yeah, there probably were fewer. There probably were. You came up in the time, I'm guessing that, John, when men were men, and there nobody, we got more betas now. Okay, well, congratulations. I guess you're one of them. Yeah.
Well, if you hear it in his language where he's like, well, back in my days, cuck wasn't really used, but this sort of thing has happened with the degradation of society. It's like you are that degradation of society, by the way, my friend. You are the person who likes to this is why I call them these people cuck-servatives. They like to grandstand and moralize about how moral and great our society is and everything, but they are willing to go into the mud and fight the dirtiest tactics the minute they get into a fight. Teacher, he's bullying me.
Yeah.
So that's basically what that is anytime I call him a cuck is because he's a fucking hypocrite. He's a crybaby loser who bought into AMC at the top and now is a bag holder, and he can't cope with it. And so it has to be everyone else's fault but his own. You're a cuck.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it right there. I mean, you pretty much said it. Okay. Continuing here. What's he saying? Lived
many lives in the short span that I've lived. So I am not even close to that. And I don't even want to, I'm not going to insult, I'm going to try not to insult Sean Tabor. I'm not going to go to his level. I'm going to try not to.
Don't worry. You've already done it. You've already done it. Stop posturing and pretending like you're some fucking great person. You grabbed my pictures off my Facebook account, splayed them across both your Twitter and your YouTube community section, and was mocking me for being a geek and a nerd and all this sort of stuff and everything like that. You have no moral high ground to stand on. You never had any to begin with. Stop fucking pretending like you do.
Yeah.
You'd recognize when somebody uses an ad hominem attack like that, that immediately invalidates their argument off the bat. Then this is used against Aaron playing 6 degrees of separation game. Isn't
okay. There's a famous
go ahead.
Jefferson quote that is, I think I shared it with you, so maybe you can fix it if I butcher it. But insult is the last defense against arguments that have no merit. So, if you're going to just spout nonsense, there's no other way to respond to you other than to call you a fucking idiot.
Right. Let's see. You said Jefferson or Franklin? I'm sorry.
Thomas Jefferson.
Let's see. Predation expects to be ignorant. No. Bigotry is a disease of no.
Let me find it here.
Let's see. The tax which will be paid for the purpose. Oh no. History, I believe, furnishes no example of it. No. Ignorance of the law is no. If children are untaught, no. Ignorance is preferable to error, and he is less remote, no. If ignorance is bliss, then why aren't more people happy? That's attributed to Thomas Jefferson, really. Okay.
I know I sent the link to it for you, but I can't find it either right now. But it's
it's in you.
One of his letters.
Yeah. Aha! Right.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Anyway,
went back and forth with that at one point, but yeah.
I probably That's okay. So anyway, the point of the quote is, Hang on.
Yeah, when you're when you have a meritless argument in front of you, there's no way to debunk an argument with no merit. So the only way that you can possibly respond is to say you're a fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here it is. Ridicule is the only weapon which can be used against unintelligible propositions.
Aha. Okay.
I found it by
ridicule is the only weapon which can be right. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, ridicule is the only weapon which can be used against unintelligible propositions. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I'm trying to put this on the screen here. And of course it's too big, but there we go. There it is across the bottom, sort of. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, good one. And of course, yeah, ad hominem. Weak.
Not that Michael cares. This was a guy that he constantly is attacking other people. I don't know if he's looking for relevance. I don't know if he's looking for.
Well, I don't need that.
Channel. I don't get it.
In your channel.
I mean, yeah, it's like when people like Marantz, you know, are like, "Oh, are you looking for interaction?" Like, some people, you know, I mean, and here's the thing: this guy thinks that he, you know, he thinks that he's fighting some noble fight. Yeah, some great person fighting a noble fight. I mean, but at the end of the day, we know that he's down a shitload of money. He's sitting on an massive unrealized loss. Okay? So, well, that sucks, but we know that, and you haven't been, you know, shy about that. So everything that you say, it has to be taken through that lens, with that context, with that background in mind. We don't have that. Mm-hmm. We don't have those biases. So we're looking at this as objectively as we can. And we can say that because we don't have this sort of Damocles hanging over our head of having to take a massive fucking 99% fucking loss. So really, these clowns should be listening to us when we talk about this shit, because we have, I mean, and I would say we have had and will continue to have a much clearer view of what's actually happening and what's gone on and what the outlook is than somebody like this. Because, I mean, he's so fucking sad, pathetic. Listen to this shit. This is like pathetic. He's moping. He's a fucking mope. He's you know, whining and crying just like every other one. I mean, it's a joke, really. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me. But they're not. They're not. But I just don't get what is the point here? I mean, we're like a third of the way through this fucking video. Let him. Yeah. Why don't you address it? I mean, I don't know, but this is some.
Now,
what a waste of time so far.
Using 6 degrees of separation, it's actually 1 or 2. When
irrelevant, like fucking irrelevant.
Adam,
like, how does that make it better?
Let's split fucking hairs.
Connect the dots games with things that don't fit. Like your entire conclusion is Aron worked for Apollo. Apollo's some of these like one of the Apollo managers had owed Jeffrey Epstein money. Therefore, Aron's a pedophile, and was obviously dead.
Yeah, no.
It's like, fuck off.
Right. So yeah. Like, talk about
trying to carefully craft his backpedal, but the fact remains is you have no evidence that Aron had any relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and you admit as much as in your stupid fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, calling it a documentary just degrades that word so much to have your tripe.
How about
in the same
cuckumentary?
As the word document. There we go.
We call it a cuckumentary.
Aron was at Vail. he got to know Leon Black, and Epstein had bought a chalet at the same time. All three of them were there. So having said that, and they share, I believe, an ethnic background. So the odds of them knowing each other in that
Jewish. Yeah, but the problem is with this line of thinking. I mean, there's multiple problems.
Was at Epstein Island, like fuck off.
Yeah, and also,
and now you're trying to backpedal and say, "Oh, I didn't say that Adam Aron had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and was a pedophile. I was just saying that they knew each other." Fuck off. We know what you're doing. We know the bullshit you're trying to play. Stop trying to backpedal and be this like fucking no. Fuck off.
Yeah, that doesn't work. And also the problem with that is like you can't say that. These people love to say that about everybody who has any kind of tangential connection with Jeffrey Epstein. And it's like, if you think about it, that doesn't make sense. How could everybody who has any possible connection to Jeffrey Epstein, even if their names were just printed on the same fucking piece of paper and they weren't related in any way, yeah, nobody. I mean, how many of us knew about Jeffrey Epstein before, 2019 or 18 or whenever? I mean, so you can't bring everybody into a conspiracy and have it still be a conspiracy. It doesn't work like that. Yeah. Like, and this is the problem with a lot of their arguments.
For John, yeah. Let me make this a little bit more simple for
Go ahead.
John. Actually fucking prove that there was a tangential relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Adam Aron. Not they might have known each other. He worked at Apollo and Jeffrey Epstein might have, or they were all on the Council of Foreign Relations. No, there is a tangential relationship between what Adam Aron was doing and Jeffrey Epstein's illegal activity. If you cannot directly prove that, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, basically. I mean, and that's a road that, it doesn't really make sense to go down unless, even if it's not really an appropriate venue or anything to go down with that type of thing.
He wants to go on about this whole ad hominem
Project Popcorn.
The reason why he goes down the Jeffrey Epstein road is because he has no fucking evidence about any of his other claims. So he hopes that if he can smear enough with Jeffrey Epstein, then he doesn't need to do any actual real research.
Correct. Yeah, that's a good point. And of course, and coming back to Mr. Jefferson, ridicule is the only weapon which can be used against unintelligible propositions. So, I mean, it kind of goes both ways too, a little bit. Like he's unable. He views the actual truth as unintelligible. So all he can do is, talk all this bullshit. When in reality, his position is the unintelligible one when you start thinking about things like facts, and all we can do is basically say, "Wow, this is really dumb." I send ridicule in your general direction, sir. But anyway, how retarded.
In his general direction, I send it like a fucking Tomahawk missile straight to his fucking face.
It is very high. It doesn't take a lot of thinking to understand that that's possible.
Well, it's a good thing that you're unable to do a lot of that then, I guess.
But, did you prove it? No. Shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm. They share, I believe, an ethnic background. So the odds of them knowing each other in that type of community is very high. It doesn't take a lot of thinking to understand that that's possible.
But that's
so here he is.
That's not the
intimating. Here he is insinuating himself as anti-Semitic, in a sense. I mean, we can pick up on that here. He's saying, well, they share an ethnic background. They all know each other. All Jews know each other. All Jews know each other's business. So there's fuck off with that. That's some ignorant garbage. So, I mean, anyway.
Yeah,
not cool, John.
Really, he likes having this equivocating language, but really at the end of the day, when you listen to what he says, he's a disgusting piece of shit.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And the other thing is, later on, Adam became the CEO. No, he became an executive of Apollo, and Epstein and Black were both there at the same exact time. So that's 1 or 2 degrees of separation. So
who cares?
I'm not telling you not to listen to
Kohrs. That doesn't prove the accusation underlying your whole thing here. You see, you think you're fucking clever by saying, "Oh, I was just saying that they knew each other," but in your clip, and I can pull the clip over when we're done with this, where he basically says, "Oh, all these 3 people, Black, Aron, and Epstein, all have these proclivities for little girls and boys," and it's so clear what he's trying to do. So it's not this association thing. It's you're saying that they're all pedophiles and that they all knew each other and worked together on Epstein Island. So stop playing this fucking game.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sure he has some information that is relevant, but that's the other thing too, is I've gotten messages like, "I'm not going to listen to Donahue. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that." When you're talking to somebody, when you're having an engagement with somebody, of course you're going to step back and you're going to go, "What is this person saying? Where are they coming from?" Even with Donahue, with any of the people I engage with at work, at school, going to the store, you're obviously going to be careful with people, even with me. But I've said over and over and over again, for me, I believe in a certain religion, and I listen to atheists. I listen to their arguments. I used to get really angry about it, but now I just listen to what they say. Like, I really adore Christopher Hitchens, the late Christopher Hitchens. I love hearing his arguments. Do I agree with him? No. Would I sit down, if he was still alive, would I sit down and have a meal with him and talk things out? Yeah, absolutely. Now, somebody like a Noisy Corax, would I sit down? No, because he's already made himself sort of an enemy by calling my work. And this was a few months ago.
Well, that's
if you're
okay,
interested,
because I feel the same way about
like
you
me,
trying to
I'm
contact
interested.
my
See,
employer. So the feeling's mutual, shitbag.
Sparse both sides. I could look at, okay, they called my work, but let me look at the objective side and put my subjective away and look at the objective side and try to understand where he's coming from and why he did this. And then the subjective side gets pissed off that somebody's done something like that. So I can do both sides. With having an argument with somebody or discussing things with people, you look at all of it and then you gather the information. Anyway, and I don't understand how, I'll put that
He's
away.
really good about talking about this analytical
and I tried to answer
camera.
Korax,
It's
and he
too
has me
bad
blocked.
that in reality he actually doesn't do any of this. Like, he is constantly on the attack on everyone he disagrees with. So he can play this little LARP in front of the camera when he thinks no one else has seen any of his other actions and play pretend like he's just this nice, affable person who just wouldn't even hurt a fly. But, you know, it doesn't take but 5 seconds to look at his regular actions that he doesn't delete from Twitter and YouTube to know what the real person, the real John Hartronet is. It's not hard to find.
On X, so there was no need to do that. One other thing here. I looked at his videos to see if he made any more, and see, this is one thing that I'm helping or trying to get people to understand. Like, even when I was a younger man, or when I didn't learn as much about logical fallacies and things like that, he's got me on his channel. It says, "You're tearing me apart, Adam." I mean, wouldn't you guys all be pissed off if Adam Aron said he was going to do something and he didn't? And he used his platform, he used his influence, he used his position and power to
Yep. I don't even like. It's a joke. It's like what?
It really is.
It really is.
Like I'm hearing myself come back feed into the. So
you are, aren't you?
You are, aren't you? Hang on.
Hang on.
Hang on. I went messing with stuff here. Hang on.
Okay.
confused. What about now? Can you hear yourself now?
Let me see here. Yes, I still hear it. It's on a delay.
Oh, now I've done it.
Oh, now I've done it.
Oh.
Oh.
Try it now.
Try it now.
Sorry.
Shit, sorry.
But let me just go back.
Let me just go back to the video,
I'll get it ironed
and I'll get it ironed out as it's playing. Okay.
Get everybody to believe something and then did the complete opposite, and then you had the influencers doing the same thing. Wouldn't you guys be upset? So obviously, if I'm upset, it doesn't invalidate the argument. The other thing is, I'm part of the Princes of Mount Stupid. Now think about that too. Again, he made 1.5 hour video on me, and then I believe he sliced it up, cut it up, and made it look like it was something it wasn't. I was very pissed off. I'm pissed at the SEC. I'm pissed at the DOJ. I'm pissed at the FBI that they're not doing more about the securities market, that they're letting it go. And if you look at some of the research article sites, you'll see that this is not something that is out of the ordinary. This has been going on for years and years and years. But for me, I believed their words, and I believed that they were doing stuff for the citizens because they're subject to the law, but they care less about the law. He also has one, Princes of Mount Stupid, #1 cuck. It's not even worth trying to engage. I just thought I'd show that, throw that up there because somebody had sent me the tweet. Here's another one. This is from Randall Cornett. This is a response to somebody that he made $6K off of revenue from YouTube about the movement and something about not believing in the Moass.
Okay. I think I'm just stepping in here to test this. I should have gotten rid of the doubled my voice, I believe. And Korax, are you still there? Okay, good. Echo gone on my end, and I'm not hearing Korax now for some reason. Let's see. Let's try go. Okay. Korax, can we hear you now? Do we hear you now?
Let me see here. Can you hear me now?
There, yeah, there we go.
Okay.
I briefly heard you.
I guess I'll just say it's like the whole thing is like he complains about the thumbnail and all this stuff and chopping up his documentary series down into 30 minutes and giving my commentary on it. It's like you little fragile boy. Like, you can't take public criticism. You want to go out and be a member of public discourse. You want to, be able to say all these things about other people, accuse them of pedophilia, accuse them of crimes, of securities fraud, of lying, cheating, stealing. But you can't take criticism being delivered back at you about how you might be wrong about some of these things. And yeah, it may very well be in a course matter, but that's, part of YouTube and being entertaining. You're going to get insults. You're going to get jokes at your expense. How I get about 500 million of them from Marantz, and they just roll off my shoulder because that's just part of being a public figure. You are going to get people who are going to hurl tomatoes at you while you're on the stage, and you either learn to live with it or you pussy the fuck out and leave. So what's it going to be, my dude? You sitting here on your YouTube channel whinging like a little bitch, it just ain't doing it.
Yeah, I it's not really doing much for anything, I don't think, but yeah. Well, we're almost done with the video, so I'm gonna put him on 1 1/4.
Into another subject, but yeah, I think that's all that I wanted to cover. I do have a video up. It's called let me see. Sorry, guys, my memory sucks.
Now I can't hear him again. Look, we'll just leave it like it is.
I just want to put this out so that people don't think I'm some
on delay on YouTube so I can hear it, and that way you don't have to fuck with it again.
Yeah, let's see here. This is I should have taken care of it right here.
Is your views, and what I'm grifting is putting the information out there and getting out there about securities fraud. I'm just a regular investor like everybody else. I work in the HVAC.
Well, but there's no evidence. Nobody has had any fucking evidence of all this widespread securities fraud. I mean, that's the thing that, like...
Well, and not just that, but this is someone that I pointed out in that video documentary that he just couldn't be bothered to watch, that he made all these accusations about people like Trey and Tony and all these people. Like, you can have whatever opinions you want to about what they're doing on YouTube. That's totally fine. But when you accuse someone of running a pump and dump, basically securities fraud, you better have some fucking evidence. And he had none.
Right. Yeah. It's something that's been lacking
I can find
for a while.
YouTubers, what they do, pumping, distasteful. But if you're going to accuse someone of a crime, might need some evidence for that.
Yep. Right. Which is why we've always said, hey, I don't know if this is intentional or if you're just negligent, but either way, it's incorrect. So what are we going to do? It could have been intentional. It could have been unintentional. You could just be ignorant. You could be malicious. I don't know. I mean, how would we know? It's hard to know.
Unfortunately,
but what we can know is that it's wrong. The information is wrong. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. All I was saying is it's like neither one of us can read people's minds that I'm aware of. So the best we can do is just.
And in the eyes of the law, it doesn't fucking matter that much. Yeah. I mean, it might change. It will change, your liability. But if you're, at some point, it doesn't matter what you thought you were doing. It matters what you did and what happened as a result of that, because you should have known what you were doing. You should have understood the reality. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was, maybe if you were like one of these, like, oh, what's that guy? Mr. Zach Morris, types, like that was a legitimate pump and dumper. That's funny to say, a legit pumper dumper, versus like somebody like, Donahue George, who's clearly ignorant. Yeah, there's a bit of a difference there, but at the end of the day, both people misled people and caused them to lose money. One just profited off of it, i.e. the Zach Morris, and one didn't, like the Donahue George or the John Hartronet. These guys aren't making any money off of this, probably, but it doesn't really matter because the shit they're putting out is false. Yeah. So,
and I'll also
that's all I wanted to point out.
He put that documentary on his LinkedIn. He obviously thought that this was professional grade. This is something to show off, that this could very well get him a position as a video editor or content creator or whatever. So just because you're a failed grifter doesn't mean you're not a grifter.
Right. Yep. Very true.
Refrigeration industry. I have a video called "A Day in the Life of an Untrustworthy Researcher." That tells you everything you might need to know about what I do. I go through the TXV, I go through the valves, I go through semi-hermetic compressor in a short amount of time.
I personally would love to see more videos like that. Like I love tech videos, and like even if it's something I know that I'd never be able to do, like without reservation, when he dropped that first video he did on his HV stuff, I liked it and said I'd like to see more of this, because quite frankly, I bet he's awesome at his day job. #1 employee. But unfortunately, online in every other aspect, he's a piece of shit.
Right. And, it actually is illustrative of the idea that, one, just because somebody is excellent or terrible in one area of their existence, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're excellent or terrible in other areas, or, or certainly all other areas. So like, just because you're a good technician doesn't mean that you are a good researcher. I mean, it does not follow from that. I mean, you could make some conclusions. Okay, maybe general characteristics of a good technician, like your attention to detail. You follow step-by-step procedures. You have a logical, in terms of like being able to follow paths and whatever you want to say. But that doesn't mean that you could literally transplant that over to finance or economics or any other field and you'd instantly just be able to walk in and turn the key and be successful as you are in this field that you've been in for 20 years? No. So I hope that's not what he's trying to say here. I hope that's not the road comparison he's trying to make. We'll see. I mean, certainly I will say this, being successful or good at anything, right? Having something that you've honed and are good at and are interested in enough to want to improve continuously and all that certainly doesn't hurt other areas. I mean, it's certainly a good skill or a good, philosophy to have, a good course of action to take. But it doesn't mean that you know what you're talking about in other fields. It just doesn't.
I think as far as this field is concerned, with the field of this whole securities thing that he thinks is going on, is I think he like in a situation where he's like, say in doing HVAC, or like if I was working on one of these PCs that I work on, the steps, so you don't fall into the traps of designing yourself a conclusion that may not be true when it comes to fixing something. Whereas here, not only does he have the ignorance of not understanding the financial system, but he has a predetermined conclusion on how it happened. So he's, of course, going to seek out information that presupposes that conclusion. And it's going to be muddy.
Well, and I will say this.
Possibly been able to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and and that's certainly a trap that people like technicians and engineers and troubleshooters and problem solvers in general can get caught in, having a preconceived idea, whether or being anchored to a specific outcome, whether it was our initial assessment of the problem that we came up with first and then become anchored to, or if it was one that was told to us by like a customer or a client or whoever, or other employee, and we become anchored to that. And so then and it is possible to align yourself with that and end up wasting a lot of time and money. And that's good technicians are aware of those types of things.
Like, for instance, the issue with the motherboard. I thought the motherboard was going out because the power supply had, done a short into the into the motherboard and damaged it. Well, what I found out when I was taking the motherboard off to put it back into a new case was there was two metal prongs on the bottom of the case that were sticking up and touching the backside of the motherboard, and it was shorting the ground. So when I removed those, motherboard was fine.
Right. Yeah. Now, you could have overreacted and went out and bought a new motherboard, and it would have cost you a lot of money.
The same problem,
but you didn't.
A short to ground on the board, from the board to the case.
Right. So I think he's got like a stationary exercise bike back here, like, and I think that's what that is. She said it was in his. Yeah. No, the thing where you.
Thinking like you were talking about. Mike, and I was like, what are you hearing that would make you come to that conclusion?
Are you talking? We're talking about whatever this tapestry, the right tapestry is here. Like it looks like a universe or cosmic scene. This here, is that what you mean? Is that what Lynn's talking about? The thing where you put in $1 and it tells your fortune?
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm not hip to that necessarily, but I think it's just a towel or a tapestry or something like that, right? But let's see here. Okay, I'm about done with this guy, this clown.
So, yeah, I don't understand. I'm a regular guy that just works a regular job. I live very as minimalistic as I possibly can. Yes, I have my proclivities. Like, I have a PS5. I mean, I play video games. I drink a lot of soda.
Well, that's his problem right there.
But that's the only reason I got in this, and I invest in AMC, and I'm trapped, like most people.
I drink a lot of caffeine too. Probably against my better judgment.
Yeah, me too. You know what? We all could get together and drink, Cokes together, and we probably all have a swell time. Honestly,
I think that at
because
the end of the day is kind of this like I had this same sort of confrontational personality almost with CSI, and that mellowed out. But then again, also CSI just seems like one of those guys that you may disagree with him, but at the end of the day, he's like that aw shucks guy that you could go to the bar and have a drink with anyway. Whereas I don't get any of those vibes off of him.
Sorry, I'm trying to do 16 million things at once here, but yeah, this is what I got, Lynn. I mean, you tell me. I believe I spelled it correctly. This is the secondary window you're seeing here. So not anyone normally sees. Anyway, you give me a link.
The top secret
or something. Window. Yeah, it's like the B deck on a. I know Lynn. Look at this on a tape deck from on a dual tape deck. It's the Q deck. Queuing up my next thing here. So anyway,
yeah. So if you have any questions about me, email me ivtaculus@gmail.com.
Why would anybody?
You can message me on X. I'm under AMC Heist of the Century. I'm speaking out because a lot of people won't, and I do think that the main reason some don't is because we're so acclimated to the society that we had after 2019. COVID, I mean, it affected our brains, it affected our minds in ways that, I mean, me personally, I remember being shocked walking into the grocery store and then all the eggs were gone. There was hardly any milk. I flipped out. I mean, I will always remember that. So now I have, a backup of toilet paper, things like that. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm here to try to grab something from you or take your time. I want your time when it's constructive, and I want to be able to be trusted with the information I'm putting out there. I'm not trying to swindle anybody. It doesn't make any sense to me because I get up 5:30, 5 in the morning. I showed that video where I'm up making coffee. And that's it. I hope everybody has a good weekend. There was something else I wanted to mention, but there was another comment. I wish I could find it. Let me try to find it. Hopefully you guys don't get irritated and take off. That took me a while. Oh yeah, here's one. Wow, did you just come out of the woodwork? No, I've been here for a while. This person just didn't want to look. I question anyone that glorifies Don Hood, which I think he's talking about Donahue George. And I just mentioned that you could still glean stuff from people and still disagree with them at the same time. And that's only like
that's true. You can.
Okay, I'm gonna just disagree and say there's nothing illegal that you could glean from Donahue George. He's a disbarred lawyer for a reason.
No. Well, no, nothing legal. No, but we can certainly glean. The reason that I like him is because he represents just the street corner understanding of everything, like the complete, like the guy at church, or the guy, like the coworker, just somebody who knows nothing about it at all, but also has enough of an ego and whatnot to pretend that they do. So he's a buffoon, in other words. But anyway,
right.
People listen to that though. They listen to that for some reason. But yeah, it's this one here. Here it's 2 on this one, but
it's like what? That's like what
something like that. There we go.
Put in a server rack.
3 you actually.
Oh boy.
But yes.
Big and beefy boy.
Yeah. Anyway. So, wow. Okay, switching gears a little bit here because that was more attent. I think I gave more airtime to John than certainly was warranted, but probably more than there has been in a long time. So,
yeah,
that's good. But I can't afford any more
on X. Like, if you want to listen to that part of his documentary without giving the douchebag a view, like it's right there on that tweet that I responded to him with, where he basically makes his big insinuation about the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing. It's it's pretty clear what his intentions were, no matter how much he was backpedaling in this video.
One thing you can glean from Teflon Don's videos is to highlight the advancement in consumer green screen technology.
Well, I think what he uses is there's a phone version of CapCut, and I bet that's what he uses to edit his videos.
I don't know what he uses, but it could be. There's a couple.
Because it has that auto
couple
where it
favorites.
uses AI to determine what the outline of the person is, and then cut everything else out of it.
Well, you could do that. With like Zoom does that, for example, like the software Zoom, like you can set that up like in just right there in the video. So I know that there are other there are plugins for, but clearly he does it on his phone. So that you're right, and I'm not hip to a lot of the phone based video editing stuff. So
I just know when I got
but I'm sure that it does that.
That it started going like, hey, do you want to get this for your phone too? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know how I came across this GMEDD.com site.
Oh dear.
But it's GMEDD.com, and the last post is from November 20th, 2022. So I don't know if we can conclude that the person like left the movement or what, whoever ran this, but it seems to be deprecated at this point. But the last post, however, is this interview with Ryan Cohen, and I had never seen this. Yeah, I had actually never seen this.
I've seen it in full. I've seen
and I posted it to our Telegram group recently, which the link for that one is in the description of the stream. So if you want to join, but yeah. So let me see here. I wanted to watch a little bit of this because there's interesting stuff in here, and I'd never even heard Ryan Cohen speak word one ever. So it was just interesting for me to hear him speaking. I can't see which way I'm going on that. I got something obstructing the. Oh, that's checked. Okay. All right. There we go. I mean, I might like it, but in fairness, I just don't give out likes and dislikes when I'm doing this, because I don't want to influence anybody, right? Anyway, let's see where this. I'm gonna just jump in here.
Big is RC Ventures.
You're looking at RC Ventures, team.
So why did you invest in GameStop?
I invested in GameStop because I thought it was cheap. I thought the intrinsic value of the business was worth more than the price that I paid. There was a tremendous amount of skepticism around GameStop. And those are the things that I like. I like looking at things where no one is looking at them. Those are usually some of the best opportunities. And I'd say the opposite of that is IPOs, where...
Okay, now he said that right there. The part he just said, I like looking at things that nobody else was looking at it. I like things with that nobody else is looking at, because those are oftentimes really good opportunities.
Well, I feel the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, right? Now, here's the thing, though. Used against the apes here, and following this logic, well, it's weird because we have to look at perception. We have to look at what they think about themselves and how they're perceived in the wider market landscape, which is inflated. They think that they're more important and they're more visible than they are, and that they have more relevance than they do, etc. I'm talking about the Moass types and the AMC pumper types, right? But in reality, they're just noise It's a small. It's 25% of the shares have been DRS, which I love to tout, which itself is a percentage of the retail holding of the stock. So probably a small percentage, or I don't know what percentage. It doesn't matter. It's a percentage. It's not all. So it's not 25%. Whatever the number is. So, but for them, they're all looking at it, and their attention's all focused on it. Their attention has been focused on it since the initial squeeze in January of 2021. And so, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, at one time there was the opportunity because there was nobody was looking at it. But as time went on, everybody, quote unquote, everybody. Quote unquote everybody, okay, not everybody, but all the Reddit crowds, the super stonkers and the ape communities, whatever, we're looking at it, and so it becomes, to me, it becomes if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong, because at this point you've crossed over from it being a contrarian play to now it would be mainstream, because everybody is under the impression that, the shorts are trapped, yada, 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 which I don't know if that's ever really been the case. It certainly doesn't seem like it would be the case now. Do you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. Like, it's like GameStop is not a contrarian play. In fact, if you look at sans the, COVID lunacy, GameStop is trading at the high point of its average trading range as far as price. It's trading at the peak that it would during a new console generation, around the $10 to $11 range, when traditionally it trades somewhere between $5 to $10. So, it was always going to come back down here.
Yeah,
and it's definitely not a contrarian play anymore.
Right. So I just thought it was interesting because it's like, I actually liked what Ryan Cohen said in a lot of this interview, and it just ironically, it's like, if the apes listen to what he's saying, they might not, if they truly listen to what he was saying, they might find that he's kind of debunking their thesis. But anyway, just on a conceptual level.
Paid.
You go back.
I invested in GameStop because I thought it was cheap. I thought the intrinsic value of the business was worth more than the price that I paid. There was a tremendous amount of skepticism around GameStop. And those are the things that I like. I like looking at things where no one is looking at them. Those are usually some of the best opportunities. And I'd say the opposite of that is IPOs, where, the animal spirits are out and everyone's kind of standing in line trying to give them money. GameStop was on the opposite end of that. No one was interested in investing in GameStop at the time that I made the investment. It was hugely unpopular, and those are the things that attract my attention. I'm contrarian by nature, and so it was a pretty contrarian investment at the time.
Yeah, there were some contrarians online
at the time.
About the enthusiasm from some retail.
Right, exactly. Bingo. At the time. And, we could sit here and play these games, like trying to read between the lines and analyze what he said and what he didn't say, right? Wink, wink, Lynn. And, this interview actually was posted, filmed November 3rd, 2022, okay? It's almost like he's dropping hints for the apes. I don't think that he is, but if I were under the delusions, that.
Yeah, just by speaking truthfully as to his investment philosophy, he's enlightening people who can listen, who have ears to hear how he saw the play and how it's not that anymore, and maybe you got the best you're going to get out of that.
Right.
Tail investors over games
by nature, and so it was a pretty contrarian investment.
And now we get into a juicy part.
Yeah, there are some contrarians online. What did you know about the enthusiasm from some retail investors over GameStop on digital communities like Wall Street Bets?
I learned about, I mean, I'd say I only really noticed it when I filed my 13D. I lost my 13D virginity in August of 2020. So I was a late bloomer. And that's when I noticed retail activity. And then when I filed subsequent amendments, I noticed it. But it was something that snowballed over time, and it was impossible to predict, frankly. So obviously, we know what happened. We know what happened afterwards. And
it was impossible to predict. That's an interesting thing that he said there that I pulled out of that. And I believe that because, I mean, yeah. Anyway, but now we have everybody predicting everything, even though they have not ever predicted it successfully. They've not actually successfully predicted anything. But the fervor is very real still, and realer than it was, because before there was less of an expectation, now there is, and it, I say what's worse or what's more explosive, an expectation, like a positive expectation that you didn't, something good that happens that you didn't expect, or something that doesn't happen that you expected to, or something bad that happens that you didn't expect to. In other words, you're fucked, if you're waiting for this. But anyway.
I learned about it really when everyone else learned about it.
Yeah, last we spoke, you referred to the events of January 2021 as one of the most fascinating things that has happened in the history of financial markets. And it was life-changing for us retail investors. What was it like for you?
Okay, what did he say now?
I learned about it really when everyone else learned about it.
Yeah, last we spoke, you referred to the events of January 2021 as one of the most fascinating things that has happened in the history of financial markets. And it was life-changing for us retail investors. What was it like for you?
When I decided to join the board, personally, I made a long-term commitment to be at the company for an extended period of time. And so there was a lot of deliberations, or I'd say board drama going on after I joined the board that really had nothing to do with the volatility in the markets, and had everything to do just with the transformation and everything going on at the company. And so we changed the composition of the board. We got rid of the entire board. We got rid of all the professional directors.
Yeah, and brought in all of your
the entire management
so that you
team.
had total control.
Right. That's when they got rid of the Boston Consulting Group too, I think. They make a big deal about that because those are private equity guys, apparently. I mean,
Well, I mean,
for what it's worth.
Equity. I know he wouldn't want to admit that, and none of the apes would, but
yeah.
So I was focused on making all of the changes at the company, and that consumed all of my time.
Do you think what happened then could ever happen again?
I don't know. I mean, that's hard to predict what's going to happen in the financial markets.
And,
that's a fair reply,
yeah.
But also it's clear that he doesn't.
It is.
Want to comment on that and get, because correct me if I'm wrong, because I've only heard this as a rumor.
Yeah.
But the reason this interview came about is because a bunch of people on Super Stonks threatened to dox him. That could be.
I don't know.
That's something that I've heard and I've never been able to confirm. So I don't want to denigrate, a community for something that didn't happen. But that's always the rumor I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what part of that.
I don't know.
Want to upset the audience and get into more problems, and what part of that is just candor.
Yeah. Well, let's hear it again.
Team. And so I was focused on making all of the changes at the company, and that consumed all of my time.
Do you think what happened then could ever happen again?
I don't know. I mean, that's hard to predict what's going to happen in financial markets. Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
When you think about the attention GameStop's received since then, how has that impacted the company's transformation?
it's great branding. I mean, there's no amount of money that can get the kind of branding that we got from GameStop. So, it made the company world renowned. It brought a lot of attention to the company, and I think it was hugely beneficial for the brand.
Yeah, I remember when that happened, we made a post on GMEDD saying this is the great opportunity to rebrand all the stores across the globe to GameStop, because that was just free marketing, for everyone to know the GameStop name. And you did end up changing Canada.
Well, the funny thing there is, even with all that free branding and marketing, it didn't help really. I mean, well, I guess maybe it did help, but it doesn't seem to have been, the silver bullet.
And this comes back to my big problem with, I don't have a huge problem with GameStop itself. My general problem is that management has failed to execute in certain key ways. And I would say that, Ryan Cohen admits that it was a good branding opportunity, and he's not wrong. I just don't think that they capitalized on it as much as they could by taking this resource and fully rebranding the business. These stores still are 50%. You go walk into any GameStop and it's 50% spending physical media. Why are you still having that in your stores when you know it's not a seller? Clear it out and put something else in there, or decrease your store size footprint. But it just, again, it seems like he understands what needs to happen, but none of it, the real hard stuff that needs to happen, has been done.
Yeah, I mean, in his defense, though, I mean, they have cut a lot of things. I mean, now they're not things that are popular to cut, but I mean, they've cut a lot of costs. But yeah, no, I think the point though is anybody can do that, but where's and this is where Marantz comes in. Where's the goddamn, ideas? Where's the actual business acumen to know, okay, well, we're going to start doing this, and not what can we cut, not what can we get rid of, but what can we actually enact? What can we do? What actions can we take? What can we sell? What is our product? Proactive. That's what I haven't seen. And the only thing is this, the transformation or whatever, which started before he joined.
And the things along,
and then the NFT.
And the things along those avenues of what can we sell have been huge misses. They did the NFT marketplace without reading the room. Gamers fucking hate NFT games and this whole crypto craze, they see it as invading their space and trying to add new, sort of ways that the business can extort money for them with very little effort. And so I think that the NFT marketplace thing was always going to be doomed to fail. When that was shown as their big idea, I was highly skeptical of what was going on here. The other thing is the most recent the most recent thing that just lapsed, the trademark that I did a video on, the trademark on the player. I was a bit skeptical because how are you going to compete with something like Epic Games or Steam? But if you found a niche marketplace to do it in, you sold, you got a bunch of licenses to sell retro games on sort of like an emulator, or if you leaned hard into the indie market, you might be able to, market this. But they just let that go. The trademark lapsed. They let it die, while still in the process of trying to establish that trademark. And it just seems like a big missed opportunity. These ideas that they tried failed, and now they have no real go forward strategy, and they haven't articulated a go forward strategy. And that's really concerning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Let's see. James, you said first, lots of people thought COVID was real and got the shots. That's your assertion. we had COVID over here. So I'm not going to pursue this conversation any farther. But I just went back through the chat, and that was the first mention of anything to do with this. It sounds like you're making a claim that COVID was not real. So I don't know. Maybe follow your own advice. Because we are evidence based, but I'm not getting into that. Anyway,
so
I'm not really sure how much more of this.
Challenges than transforming a legacy business. How are Chewy and GameStop different?
Yeah, some of these questions are, essentially, but like, then we get into this stuff here.
Hedge, and you tweeted it. So we're going to start with your ice cream cone tweet. On February 24th, 2021, you tweeted a McDonald's soft serve cone. This was your first tweet on the board of GameStop. Can I take a stab actually at the meaning of this? I just want to see if I got it right.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Volition Capital's website says Chewy's first board meeting included a trip to McDonald's for soft serve. Is that right? True. So then, what's the meaning of the frog?
It's $1.42. Well, this was before all the crazy inflation, but $1.42 for like 150 or 200 calorie ice cream, which is like the best ice cream in town as far as I'm concerned. And I had McDonald's ice cream, so my tweets are just me being me, and it's a good deal. A good deal for a great treat. So that's the meaning.
God. Oh my goodness.
So
it was just a tweet.
Yeah.
Guys.
So
you're fucking insane.
This is why I'm bringing this up. Playing this section here. So, and it kind of leads into a little bit of a larger discussion, maybe. But
April 20th, 2021.
Yeah. Here's another one.
Who's preparing a drink?
For audio only viewers, it's a bear shaking a mixed drink. And you have nothing to say besides
it's
just a fun tweet.
No comment. No.
Yeah. Exactly. Like what?
May 28th, 2021. Ryan Cohen, R.I.P. dumbass.
I mean, I had told you I have a really dark sense of humor, and I can be very self-deprecating at times. So I figured that might end up being ultimately my tombstone. So I wanted to see what it would look like.
All right, what's next? Let's see.
Okay, I kind of look like
so.
This is the kind of guy I can see why he got in as a CEO at Chewy and CEO now at GameStop. He's got a sense of humor. He's got a personality. He's very affable. But this conspiracy stuff was his fucking tweets. Stop while you're ahead.
Yeah, he founded it, right? He was a founder of Chewy, right? He started it, did he not? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I could see him. I could see him running a company like that, especially from what I know and what I've heard about it. The original company, except not being profitable, obviously, is kind of a thing. But in terms of the actual the philosophy or whatever, I could see that. But I think Lynn is kind of hitting on this right here. I don't know if are you talking about is this comment about Ryan Cohen or someone else? I'm guessing it's Ryan Cohen, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Like,
yeah,
like it's an affable guy. He like, you can see
Adam Aron. Adam Aron is the type of guy who could possibly. I mean, not specifically Adam Aron necessarily, but somebody with decades of experience running major corporation. Seems like would be the kind of person you would want to like try to save this.
A guy who's
how many other like
when
yeah,
he was over at Royal Caribbean, they were on the threat of bankruptcy too.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly it. Somebody who's seen, pardon the pun, seen the movie before.
Yeah.
And had a hand in writing the sequel, so to speak. But Ryan Cohen just seems like maybe at the best case, a fall guy, or maybe who knows? Who fucking knows? And he won't end up losing money or something. But yeah, experience and MBA, anything. Yeah, I mean, even if it has have to just be an MBA, I guess. Okay, let's see what this one means.
Sears being torn down. What's up with that?
Hey, that could be GameStop.
That's why you shared it with the skull emoji.
You know what? I think
there's a lot of similarities.
That's great candor. There's a great risk that this company could not make it. Like,
yep. Did Sears OTC stock pump on the Moass?
A bad opinion of how he's managed GameStop, but this seems like a guy who, even if he doesn't know how to execute it, understands the problem. And they're trying to code these tweets, and it's like, dude, he's just a dude on Twitter. What?
Yep. Exactly. Well, they're grasping for straws for anything, any hopium, and that's what it is. But it is interesting to hear these, like, okay, well, yeah, actually.
There's a lot of potential similarities.
Can't stop, won't stop. And you're sitting on the toilet with a fax machine.
That's a good one.
A phone and a computer.
That's a very efficient setup, by the way. And I do my best work on the toilet. So that's not my actual toilet, but I thought it was a great idea.
Okay.
Got the full setup there. Fax machine, computer.
It looks like an old Apple II monitor, kind of, like little 8-inch one or whatever, little monochrome green screen. Yeah, that's great.
October 26th, we have a sumo wrestling.
Like, this is the kind of thing that I would, this is the kind of stuff that, Adam Aron does. I think Ryan Cohen is definitely more of an introvert, but both of these guys are definitely, I want to be in the room where it happens kind of guys that have this sort of, they understand how to discourse on the internet, and they just love every second of it. Whether they're a good CEO or not, that, we'll leave that up to your opinion.
Yeah.
But
that's a completely separate issue. Yeah.
They're just dudes on the internet having a good time.
Yep.
Wrestler being pushed by a much smaller man. What's up with this one?
I mean, that kind of feels what it is to that's kind of what the sentiment sometimes feels like at GameStop.
Yeah, that was my interpretation as well. Thought you're taking on the big man.
Yeah. David versus Goliath.
Exactly. All right, what's next? MGGA, October 31st.
Make GameStop great again?
Well, you tell me.
I responded to this on the GMEDD account. Make GameStop great again. That was my prediction.
Sounds about right.
All right, I love it. What's next? Why waste money on college when Wikipedia is free? January 27th, 2022, with a link to a certain sex position on Wikipedia.
Well, I can't believe that image was on Wikipedia to begin with. And secondly, I can't believe the amount of money that people spend on college tuition when you can basically find everything. You can learn everything you need to learn online. So I believe that.
Okay, all right.
Why you'd end up racking all kinds of being in debt for the rest of your life when you can learn everything online yourself.
Fair enough.
You cannot learn everything yourself, though. That is a complete myth. In fact, the way that people used to learn was by basically a master apprentice type system. The Middle Ages or something, right? Like how the blacksmith or the tinsmiths would be trained. You would go work with you know, the master in town. Okay. Yeah. And you would learn from the experts. And so that's, you know, kind of one of the things about it is that, you know, theoretically, you know, ideally, traditionally even, you know, these people, the faculty have, you know, been involved in this field. They know what they're talking about and doing. They've practiced whatever the thing is. And they're esteemed. They're published in it, and all of the things that lend academic credibility, you know, to someone and an institution, and there's value in that. It's one thing to read something, but that doesn't mean that you can understand it or learn it, or even efficiently learn it or understand it. So I mean, you know, I don't think he's anti-education, but I am not, you know, well, having been a teacher for about a decade in a previous career, you know, I could tell you that it's you know, self learning can only get you so far in most things. You know, and if you have not done something and it requires an extended or advanced technique, you might get it eventually, but you might waste a lot of time, money, and you might screw something up or hurt somebody or yourself in the process. There are certain things that you shouldn't learn yourself. So making this type of blanket statement, to me, it's not surprising to me that somebody like this would say this, but I don't agree with it at all. I don't agree with it. Anyway. I'm not sure what's happening in the chat. I don't know why we're talking about COVID-19 conspiracy theories. And quite frankly, I'm not going to get involved.
And I thought the picture, I thought the image on Wikipedia was slightly entertaining.
Yeah, I think you got in trouble with this one on Twitter. I think this was censored a lot of the time. When I tried to view the tweet, it'd be like,
"Yeah, you censor. Yeah, you censor." I don't.
I censored it on the preview here.
If it's on Wiki, yeah, but it's on Wikipedia.
Well, I cared enough to scroll back and see that it was you who mentioned any of this stuff first. And then you're saying that other people need to prove something. So you don't get to come in somewhere and inject, you know, let's call it a minority belief, hopefully, and then say that it's somebody else's responsibility to, you know, prove that you're wrong or whatever. I don't know. You know. People thought that COVID was real. That was what was said. People thought that COVID was real and that the vaccines were effective. And there's plenty of, I mean, this is the last fucking thing I'm going to say about this. Did you not say that there are people that thought COVID was real and that vaccines were effective? Because that was what was said by James. So, I mean, I'm not sure. There's no need to screen cap anything. I got it. That's, you know, because I'm not even sure why this is relevant here.
February 22nd.
It's not.
2022, a pair of shorts.
What do you think?
Has to be about short selling.
Oh, it has to be.
I mean, I'm not a fan of short sellers. And
Why didn't you put an X?
I've shared that sentiment before. I don't know. I'll give you my Twitter account, and then you can make the posts.
You don't spend hours talking about these, making sure it's at this exact certain time or anything like that.
No.
All right.
No.
You know what?
Hold on a second.
I'll give you my Twitter account, and then you can make the posts.
You don't spend hours thinking about these, making sure it's at this
has
exact.
Zero time for this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just give you my Twitter account.
Okay.
And make the posts.
How much more of this crap is there? Too much. Look at all this. Wow. They're still going. Like, they talk about that shit.
Tweets? Seriously? Wow. That's the entirety of this video? The rest of it?
Well, a lot of it. Yeah, a lot of it. A lot of it is.
Jesus
yeah.
Fucking Christ.
So.
Done with
yeah.
To begin
pretty.
With. And second, I think it's if you look at e-commerce penetration as a percent of retail.
Oh, here he's talking about
e-commerce was said to kill off retail stores. Now e-commerce giants like Amazon are getting into brick and mortar stores. What are your thoughts on the future of brick and mortar?
I think it's if you look at e-commerce penetration as a percent of retail, it's still underpenetrated, and I think that just generally, I'd rather be an e-commerce company than a brick and mortar retailer. So,
are you a gamer, or did you game as a kid?
I mean, yes and no.
Lots of Call of Duty.
Like, I've talked about this before.
Well,
like the situation with brick and mortar is that it has its advantages, but most of the brick and mortar retailers are supplemented by some form of digital sales. Like the advantage, both have their advantages, but definitely digital is the more popular one now. Like digital, you can usually get it cheaper, but it takes at least a week for the stuff to get there. Whereas your physical retail outlet has the advantage of you can get it now, though. So
right.
I mean, I don't think digital is going to completely supplant physical. In fact, there for a while, Amazon was, playing around with the idea of having a physical storefront in a limited capacity. So
true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It's one of those things of you got to have stuff that people would want to pay the premium to get now. And the problem with GameStop is right now, 50% of their store is stuff that they could get now and cheaper than going to GameStop. And that's the games. So you've got to figure out, okay, how do we get rid of that stuff and replace it with stuff that people would want now and would be willing to pay a premium to have now?
Right. Right. So Lynn says he just said it. He'd rather be digital than brick and mortar. Okay. So then, and yeah. So now what? Where does that leave us now? That's my question. So this is exactly where I wanted to transition, off of this, because, well, I'll just let him finish what he's saying and whatever. But I mean, this is all. I'm fine with all this.
What you played, so it's good to know. I was a Call of Duty kid myself. I'd like to talk some more about investing in the current economy, which is much different than the start of the year. How has your investment outlook and management philosophy changed as the world exits the zero interest rate policy regime?
Interest rates, higher interest rates are a game changer. And so it changes everything. It's changed how we allocate capital at GameStop. And that's not just GameStop specific. It's every single business. I mean, it's as simple as before you had 0% interest rates. And so there really was no discount rate. And the difference between long-term cash flows and short-term cash flows, really, there wasn't much of a difference. Now you
well, Collard Green, I mean, consider this too about Amazon. The the fake AI cashierless stores that they had. I think that was Amazon, right? Wasn't that Amazon? I believe it was. They had these stores. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was Amazon, where supposedly, you know, they have these cameras with advanced AI detection. You walk in and you somehow identify yourself. You put everything in your cart and you leave, and it charges you automatically. You don't have to scan anything. It turns out that it was actually people watching security cameras trying to figure out what was he got in there. Oh, and just manually doing it. It was not AI at all. I mean, that is the level. That's where we're at. That's where these fucking companies are. Like, literally fucking fake AI. And this was like, I don't know, it just came out a few months ago, this revelation. But it's totally not surprising. I just watched a video last night that was great. I'll find it. But it was about this very thing, about, well, actually, it was everything pretty much after that, but quite new takes on just the self-cannibalizing nature of capitalism at this point. Like, you are going to alienate your customers by doing the shit that these companies are doing now, whether it's subscription models, tiered services, you know, ads, changes, just all kinds of bullshit. I'm sorry, I'm not paying a fucking subscription fee so that I can have an electric power seat in my car, for example, or whatever the hell the next thing they're trying to do is. But it's the nature of capitalism. Model 3 dude, finally in the house. You missed all the drama. Oh boy.
Discount rate. You've got the 10-year Treasury north of 4%, and so the value of short-term cash flows is much greater than long-term cash flows, and as a result, there's you know, at GameStop we're targeting higher returns, and we're focused much more on short-term profitability as a result, and so. You know, we're cutting expenses aggressively, and we're going to continue to cut expenses aggressively and have much more of an emphasis on short-term profitability. And so it's pretty simple.
Well, that's what they did, I guess.
Gravity, and, you know, you've
kind
got
of like what they did,
rate and effectively a much higher discount rate. And so it's a focus on profitability.
To what extent do you think
Okay, one more question.
Zero interest rates?
I mean, we raised $350 million, and we would have taken, you know, a similar approach. You know, we targeted a certain lifetime value and payback period at Chewy, and that was under a 0% interest rate environment. And so we would have been, you know, our marketing spend was efficient, but we would have been even more selective in terms of how many customers we acquired and targeting a shorter payback period and, you know, higher returns on invested capital ultimately. And that likely would have translated into lower revenue growth. But, you know, ultimately you allocate capital differently when interest rates are higher. You're targeting higher returns.
So how has becoming chairman of GameStop changed your views on capital markets?
Okay.
Oh, God. I mean, it's given me firsthand experience in terms of just the public markets per se. But, you know, there's more red tape and bureaucracy to work through as a public company than a private company. But at the end of the day, whether I'm serving on a board or whether I'm an actual executive or whether I'm investing in a business, I mean, it's capital allocation and more involved. You know, you're more involved as an executive as opposed to, you know, there's not much of a decision you can make other than buying and selling versus being a passive investor. But ultimately, it's you know, it's all just capital allocation.
You disclosed.
So there, he just said there's no difference between public, you know, public, quote unquote, public money or, you know, the stock market capital and private equity. It's all capital allocation. That's what he just said.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, so, and we've argued for a long time that Brian Cohen is private equity. is Ryan Cohen. So anyway, I don't know what I am doing. But James has gone on a tirade. James is going on a tirade in Telegram. I mean, apparently, what a loser. It's even sadder because you know what you are doing. At least Rance doesn't shadow ban people. He doesn't. I don't know, and I don't care. Really, because you know, I just really don't. I've had all the COVID-19 arguments over the last 3 fucking years, and I'm not doing it again. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it. And that's not what this channel is. And, you know, I'm sorry if that means that, you know, I lose subscribers. So fucking be it. That's what, James, that's what makes me different from these other fucking clowns. You know, if you think I'm wrong, that's fine. Fucking unsubscribe. I don't give a fuck. I don't need you. Don't want you. Don't want you here. Fucking leave. And I'm no different, apparently. Okay. Yeah, I beg to differ. I beg to differ on that. And you know, just a few short weeks ago, we're singing our praises about how it was. We were, you know, you were so thankful that there was somebody that was saying the things that we were saying and get people to think about things differently. I did not shadow ban anybody. So I don't know. That was, and I don't, and you know. If it was, I mean, you know, I don't question what happens in the chat. I don't have, it's not like I don't have time or the desire to babysit. But I mean, generally speaking, like if you see, I would say that, you know, if you see that maybe what you're saying is not being that well received, why be an asshole about it? You know, maybe it's not the right venue. Maybe you are right. But, you know, you can be right and be an asshole. I mean, I direct you to a great quote from The Big Lebowski, which I'm trying to lighten the mood here. No, Walter, you're not wrong. You're just an asshole. You know, I don't know. Maybe there's something there. I don't know. I'm like, this is more time than I spend on personal, you know, problems here. I didn't ban anybody, James, so sorry. But I don't. Maybe that's why. But we need to flip over to the futures and get past this. So yeah, I'm sorry that didn't work out, James, but.
Which is a bit disgusting in my opinion. I know because we don't have any.
You knew it would happen.
Events to push down the market anymore, so at least until next week.
Possibly. What's happening around the world, I don't know. But I mean, you have to. I don't think it's that surprising to me that we would see this. I mean, you had quite. You know, at least in the NASDAQ, you were down, what, 2% on Friday or so? So, I mean, it's at least it just algorithmically, just in terms of algorithmic, quote unquote, oversold bounces. It seems like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't want to say it's obvious, but but I mean, you know, the dollar is
diving down, so you're going to get your dead cat bounce.
Yeah. Correct. Well, yeah, hopefully. I mean, you hope it is, right? But dead cat bounce. I mean, yeah.
I mean, we already know what's happening at this next FOMC. They're not cutting and they're not raising. So,
yeah.
I still think sometime in September it's likely to happen. I've been saying that. You know, the outlies by market participants have finally aligned to that. I'm glad that they got with the program. But, yeah, I expect that we're going to get at least some of these moments where it's going to trend green, barring any major macro events. But like this whole, Fed's got to cut rates now is kind of wearing thin on the market.
There needs to be that's the irony, right? Like there needs to be some pain, serious pain, like on the horizon in order for that to make any sense, because it's not going, to be preemptive, like the market being at near all-time highs. It's not really now, but having been, they were still pushing the narrative.
Yeah, and I also continue to restate that the narrative is a lie. The Fed cutting rates is not bullish. When the Fed cuts rates, look out below.
Right. Well, and it's, and it's like, how in the world did that narrative ever take hold? And persistence, there's something to be said for persistence, and just assertion, asserting it over and over. And it sure helps when you have pumpers on Wall Street too. And then you see that some of these banks and Goldman Sachs, their revenue for last year was through the roof. Well, of course, yeah.
I'd also note, looking at futures here from the screener that I've got going, you're seeing a little bit more looseness as far as liquidity. You're seeing the dollar DXY drop, and you're also seeing gold come down heavy. Gold is down almost nearly 7/10 in futures.
Oh yeah. I was gonna. What about the old digital gold? BTC.
I was not looking at that.
Yeah.
Let me take a look here.
I got it here now. So it looks like, well,
it's not down a whole lot, but it's definitely
down
on the day.
It's down in this, yeah. Well, okay. When did the day? It looks like the day just started for that
I think they reset it at midnight.
At 8.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a 23.42 left on a day here, a daily candle. I'm showing it at 65 and change, 65,113, 65,127 on TradingView from Coinbase.
I'm showing it on Webull as 65,124 or 123.
I mean, it's bouncing around, but yeah. Showing it's up 150, about around 150, and that's that up is basically since I'm guessing it's since 8 o'clock. It has to be since 8. I think it's 8. Bad back would probably know.
It's showing on Webull that it's down $1.09 or 1/10% roughly.
Right.
So it's coming off of whatever.
Manuel, he didn't read the letter. He read from the letter, and that's actually I got that up next when we switch back over to videos real quick, because that was an unintended connection that happened serendipitously between that guy and Donnie, but Donnie didn't necessarily realize it. It's pretty kind of funny. So anyway, so then, yeah, right. So, but in terms of the currencies here, yeah, okay, yeah. So, I mean, euro surging, British pound surging, Japanese yen has sort of surged. I mean, it's up, but not as much.
Yeah.
Just kind of taking a look, and then of course bond yields are down, but they were up last week. So
actually, they were down for the most part last week.
Were they down over the week?
We're starting at about, like, I want to say on TLT which tracks face value.
Oh, I'm looking at the actual yields. I'm looking at like US 10Y on TradingView.
Oh, okay.
Or I mean, you could look at the actual bond itself, US 10.
Was coming down because we were trading just above 90, and it fell down to like at a low, the 88 handle. I think it bounced up to 89. When you're saying the yields were dropping, which is I'm confused.
Well, if you're talking about TLT, then yeah, there's let's see, there is an expense ratio on it.
Mm-hmm. I also hope
so that may.
I know those have been doing a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't do anything with TLT. I don't even look at the ETF. I mean, I have them in my watch list here, like the TNX, but I just generally look at the actual yields.
Mm-hmm.
Is usually what I go off of. But let's see. So let's see here. As of now, this is interesting. As of January 1st, the 10-year yield, for example, is up about 0.762%, or 762 basis points. 0.75%, basically. Just throwing these things out here. That's all. And then one that I always like to keep my eye on too is the financial sector ETF, to see, coming out of this overbought kind of period here, it's really kind of sunk down. But for that matter, JPM.
I will say that some of the sentiment has changed. That I saw an article that had been shared with me, like a quote from it, and one of the quotes was from head of international rates at Vanguard. We are in a danger zone right now, talking about equities. Said in an interview, even a small move higher past the critical 7.75 level on the 10-year could force investors to abandon their bets on a rally, giving way to a wave of selling that could push yields towards the highs of 2007, he said. So you could probably see people leaving, like if we get up to that critical level on some critical levels on the 10-year, we could see people drop equities to go get yield in bonds that's safer.
I'm just looking at the JP Morgan chart here, and I never really messed around with this, but just trying to see about this drop here, and it actually dropped right to a naked POC, going back to February of this year. So there was this line that went over here, this purple line, or pink, whatever, fuchsia. Now it's blue, but yeah, it was a level that basically the price passed through, that never came back down and retested it. And it kept going, and it actually created a lot more of these too. But then when it finally did sink after the latest earnings, which were positive, it went back down to one of those levels. So I'm not saying that anything other than if we had been trading this, we probably would have had that line on there. Not saying we would have known or anything like that, but it's just interesting how, and then it sunk further down to another naked POC. So this is a method that we use to identify key levels anymore, is using a session volume profile and then marking out the lines. But anyway, like we do on like the index, like the NASDAQ, for example, to get some target lines. And then when you open this up into an intraday, you have more of a structured deal where, and these lines were here, already. As these lines, they weren't drawn from these levels. More or less the chart observed them, quote unquote, air quotes. But anyway, Okay, now switching back. Let's switch back here and get that because we'll do that. I guess I know. Model 3 dude needs his Donahue George time. Let's see here. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, here we go.
This is not financial advice, not legal advice for entertainment.
He already got his one disclaimer earlier.
The courts are getting letters from retail investors, and as I see the letters show up on the docket, I will read some of them as long as they don't get too crazy. But I would like it to get crazy. I would like it to get crazy because I would like the courts to see how the fraud and corruption in the AMC play has affected everyday Americans, everyday retail investors, and not just.
I like that he said that he'll read some of the letters if they don't get too crazy, but he hopes that they will get crazy because he wants the judge to see how it's affected people, which it's like, how has it affected people? It's made them lose money. They're angry. They're, confused. They're deranged. But I mean, all of that is irrelevant to, like, how is that? It's their own fault. So you want the judge to see how these people can't take responsibility for their own actions? Like, that's all that's going to happen here, I would think. But the notion of wanting it to get crazy, that idea of hoping it gets crazy so that the judge will see how crazy this is making people, how they're screwing people over so bad. It's a deranged passion, right? Ah, Jesus. And Korax, what do these letters accomplish practically, though?
Nothing.
Like, do they actually do anything?
Like, it's one thing if it was an amicus curiae brief and he was bringing up actual legal arguments, but I've read John's. There are no legal arguments. It's just a plea to the court, and the court is going to judiciously put that on the docket like it's supposed to, so that it isn't just a letter direct to the judge that neither of the parties are aware of, and then he will put it in the round file.
Yeah, the old circular filing cabinet.
The court in that letter, it's just a plea.
Right.
The court to do something in someone's favor with no legal argument attached to it. So why should the court fucking care?
Right. Yeah. I mean, and at the end of the day, we're talking about business here. And it's like Anyway, okay. Going back a little bit here.
On the docket, I will read some of them as long as they don't get too crazy, but I would like it to get crazy. I would like it to get crazy because I would like the courts to see how the fraud and corruption in the AMC play has affected everyday Americans, everyday.
All it really would be doing is highlighting the ignorance and lack of curiosity right? Like, if it would be interesting if it actually paradoxically did have some positive impact because, but it wouldn't. I mean, I don't think this was likely, but they finally, they realize how, I don't know. It's no, because this is a boon for the market. Like, they've made so much fucking money off retail investors. Why would they want anybody to be why would they want anybody to be informed? I mean, and it sounds like I'm espousing his conspiracy theory, but I mean, not really. It's sort of, he's sort of proving it himself anyway.
Retail investors, and not just nationally, but internationally also. So even you international AMC investors, you can write to the courts and let the courts know how you feel. Let the courts know how you were affected by the fraud and corruption in this AMC play. I mean, it is absolutely crazy what these bad actors have been allowed to do over the past 3 years. Well, we know they've been doing it longer, but we've had a focus on it for the last 3 years. But here's a letter from John Hartranett. John Hartranett. He sent it, as you can see behind me.
Okay, so just to you know, right? Yeah.
Get the documents to
so that's
look at it.
If you want to, sure.
Give me one.
Yeah, I'll share your screen. So let me see. We'll do it on this one here. I'll do it on this one. Oops. Or wait a minute. Actually, we want Telegram. This one here.
There you go.
Okay, let me just bring that in real quick.
And I'll scroll it along as you, and we can stop whenever you want to and all that.
Okay. Yeah. See, I think I got it. There we go. Okay, I think it's visible now. Yeah. Okay.
Just
1 second here. I need another monitor. I need 3 monitors.
Well, that's why I have 3 monitors.
I need 3 more monitors. I mean, I have another monitor, and I have the outputs. I just don't have the space for it, unfortunately. Right. But
you need to get one of those
anyway,
those setups that allow you to hang monitors over the top of other monitors. One of those what are they called?
Oh yeah,
those like wall mounts.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, I also have a projector I could set up too. I was thinking about doing that. That might be cool. But anyway, okay, I think I got enough of it there. Yeah. Okay. So, well, yeah, he doesn't really, I'll go back to the video and then, yeah.
The court received it on April 16th. They filed it, and now it is part of the record. It is part of the lawsuit, and it is public record. So that's another thing too. Once you send your letters to the courts, it will go on a docket. And then what the court is doing, the court is actually making copies of the letter.
That's how we have it here, right?
And to the other defendants, like Robin Hood's going to get a copy of the letter. Citadel's going to get a copy of the letter. Ken Griffin's going to get a copy of the letter. Finra's going to get a copy of the letter. And the DTCC is going to get a copy of the letter. And
well, I mean, strictly speaking, wouldn't their attorneys get copies of the letters?
Yeah.
Not them personally, or would? Okay. I mean, whether Ken Griffin actually ever fucking sees it.
Have the defendant, and then it'll say, and then off to the far right on Pacer, it'll say their attorney with all of their contact information, basic, and with it, and usually at the bottom, if it's a lead attorney, it'll say attorney to address to. So basically, yeah, it's their legal team that gets the letter.
I personally think this is great because we have to put a human face on the fraud and corruption that's been going on in the market for the last 3 years.
Yeah, but the court doesn't care. The court doesn't care. This is
meaningless.
Like I tell you guys all the time,
the legal arguments, and you haven't provided any proof of the claims that you're making. It's why all the defendants have filed motions to dismiss for failure to state a claim, because you haven't stated a claim.
Hartranett doesn't even spell Ken Griffin's name correctly. I mean, again, it's a minor thing, but like,
yeah, it's 2 I's, not an I.
It just shows the sloppiness.
Yeah.
Somebody told me that our stock market was.
It's to my knowledge, it's spelled the same way as Kathy Griffin. So I think that's how I remember it. But
corrupt and run by these bad actors 3 years ago, I would not have believed you. But Mr. John, he's telling the courts, I've held AMC shares since 2021. He said that Mr. Ken Griffin, Citadel Security.
Okay, we could actually read the letter now. I think it'd probably be better.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I have held AMC shares since 2021. In that time, I have seen the share value of my portfolio decrease from a manageable and stable position, not because of practical market mechanics via a fair exchange of securities, but one where the deleterious actions by a few with the power to manipulate the stock market have consistently done so by selling these securities without purchasing them in what some believe is an off-market exchange controlled by Mr. Ken Griffin and Citadel Securities.
Citation.
Wow. Hell of a opening statement, sentence there.
Yeah, citation.
Right. And what some believe,
Yeah.
well, some believe that
you might.
some people are, people are saying, right, my situation at present is similar to millions of people across the world who trusted in the CEO of the company. Oh, okay. So now, wait, hold on. It was the portfolio value decreased not because of a fair exchange, but because of these deleterious actions and Mr. Ken Griffin and Citadel Securities. But then we get millions of people in the world who trusted in the CEO of the company. Well, okay, so I thought it was the market, but now it's the company, the CEO of the company, okay, which is more likely. I mean, that like, if you're looking for somebody to blame, I guess, you know.
Yeah, poor management by the governing body of the company.
Right.
Sure.
Right. Yeah, that would be more like relevant probably than the market maker.
That little part after the comma is doing some heavy lifting.
So Aron and the board of directors, believing that he would not venture into the area of criminality. So people trusted the CEO of the company, Aron, and the board of directors. They trusted both of them, believing that he would not venture into the area of criminality.
Citation.
With Citigroup, Antara Capital, and with Citigroup, Antara Capital, and Computer Share. Okay, that's a new one. Aron et al., along with Citigroup's Derek Van Zant, took advantage of the enormous number of oversold shares within AMC and the blatant securities fraud perpetrated allegedly by Citadel to conjure a scheme called Project Popcorn. Oh, okay. So Citigroup, Antara Capital, Computer Share, Aron, and Citigroup, they took advantage of the number of oversold shares by conjuring a scheme called Project Popcorn. Okay.
Citation needed.
Citation also needed. I had trusted Mr. Aron until 2023 when he forced through Project Popcorn by way of the Chancery Court in Delaware when all evidence pointed to
extreme issue with that one. So
you go for it.
A fucking state court is now complicit in this scheme. Like, get the fuck out of here, bitch. The Delaware Court of Chance.
Right.
Oh my God. I've already done videos on all this shit. Like, fucking fuck off.
Right. When all evidence pointed to undeniable corruption and mind-blowing disregard for securities laws established during the Great Depression.
Citation needed.
Citation needed. I spent several months of my time documenting the misdeeds of AMC's board of directors' involvement in this larcenous act of embezzlement, racketeering, and clear violations of the RICO Act.
Citation needed. And you don't know what the RICO Act is.
I have made...
Like, I'm sorry. I'm going to break in here on this and just say, I swear
Please do.
to God, me and you are going to have to sit down and do a co-op video on the RICO Act because these people do not understand the RICO Act. They love bringing up RICO, and they time and time again show that their understanding of the RICO Act goes as far as that one time that they saw it on Law and Order. They do not understand what constitutes pleading a RICO charge, nor do they understand how you have to establish the fact pattern for a RICO charge. And on top of that, they don't understand that under the SLURA, securities fraud cannot be styled as a RICO violation. So double fuck you.
Uh-huh. Right. Okay. So I have made pleas to my fellow investors to speak out against this tragic injustice and disregard for economic laws designed to protect retail investors via important legislative milestones like the SOX Act and the Frank-Dodd Act as well. We have tried numerous avenues to elucidate the issues through videos, X posts. God, that sounds so dumb. Retail investor-led share counts and requests that have sometimes led to egregious opposition from people claiming to be retail shareholders when attempting to release more information to the public.
Fuck you. Claiming to be
who may not know about this prevalent crime.
You just don't like what they're saying. So they can't be part of your little cult because they disagree with you. So that means they're not retail shareholders. No, they're just not. Well, some of them are apes, but some of them are just not. They just don't see it the way you do. That doesn't make them not retail shareholders. That just makes you a petty.
Correct. When attempting to release information to the public who may not know about this prevalent crime, destroying families and the fabric of our great republic.
First
crime,
of all,
destroying families and the fabric.
You destroyed your own family's wealth there. That was a you.
Right.
It was a you problem.
I implore you with the utmost sincerity that my testimony is truthful, as I am willing to fly from my residence in Arizona to you.
What testimony?
Should the need arise. Testimony is truthful. I mean, and well, I'll come back to that. Let me just finish. It is important to me and other investors that feel their voices have been restrained by a wall of social media influencers and a lack of fair, objective review of the historical documentation concerning these matters. Again, my gratitude, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, yeah, right. So, testimony is truthful. I have no doubt that he believes what he's saying is true. He believes it, but that doesn't make it true. I mean, he believes that there's this grand conspiracy. I mean, I'm not going to doubt that. I'm sure that he believes that, but I mean, nobody's questioning that really. Nobody thinks. I'm not foolish enough to think that, you know, he's lying about the way he feels. Clearly, he's passionate about it, but he's misguided. He thinks that it's supposed to be, you know, one way, and you know, it's another way. Everybody, it happens, but you know, how malicious are you willing to be, and just how, I don't know, and not even to consider. Has he ever considered the fact that, okay, yeah, I believe that there's this great big conspiracy and there's this wall of, what does he say, a wall of social media influencers and a lack of fair, objective review. Okay, well, that's what we're trying to do, by the way. We're trying to look at a fair, objective review of the historical documentation, i.e. doing the retroactive DD that you didn't do. This was all out there beforehand, but you didn't do it. So we'll look at it and show, yeah, it was ridiculous to believe this, because even at the time that you made the decision to believe it, there was enough evidence, there was enough information to make a better choice. But instead, it has to be this grand conspiracy. But we'll even, you know, refuse to even admit the possibility that maybe, you know, maybe all the assumptions that my argument depends on, maybe one of those is wrong. And if you stack assumptions, one assumption could lead to the whole thing collapsing, which is why you don't make, you know, these types of decisions based off assumptions, which I have something for that too after we get through this. Getting back to our other friend. But anyway, yeah, so that's the letter. And so I'm going to pull that down and let Donnie talk about it again a little bit. See what he and say what he says.
Is has taken advantage of him. And his exact quote here is this: my situation at present is similar to millions of people across the world who trusted in the CEO of the company, Aron, with the board of directors, believing that he would not venture into the area of criminality. With Citigroup and Tower Capital and Computershare, Aron et al., along with Citigroup's Derek Van Zandt, took advantage of the enormous number of oversold shares within AMC and the blatant securities fraud perpetrated allegedly by Citadel to conjure a scheme called Project Popcorn. Listen to me. The more retail investors let the courts know what's going on, the better it is for all of us. Because what we need is for the courts to shut down the trading of AMC and GME in the dark pools so we can get an accurate share count of AMC and GME. And
that is the most absurd notion I've ever heard. First of all, it's not going to happen. Secondly, if it did, it wouldn't achieve what you want it to achieve. Third, what would it do to the liquidity? What would it do to the spread? What would it do to the price? I mean, they think it would make the price go to the moon. I have a different opinion, but, you know, that spread is going to be wider than, I don't know, because you're not going to have the liquidity. You're not going to have mid-fills, sub-penny stuff. So everybody's going to be paying more. That's the whole point of off-exchange. And it actually works if they actually would take the time to look into it. But they don't. So here we go. You know, we want this regressive action. And, you know, maybe, you know, is it possible? Sure, it's possible. But any time that this shit has, you know, they've studied it. I've read papers about it. Same thing with short selling and even naked short selling. All of these things increase liquidity, which is good. So, yes, naked short selling is good for the market. I said it. I'm not the only one who said it. It doesn't happen widespread, but they looked at markets where it is legal and the times when it was legal in the United States, and which was based, by the way, for most of the time, it was not illegal in the way that it is now. And the effects were not what the common perception and the whatever Patrick Byrne and the overstock crowd put in everyone's head in the early 2000s or whatever. That's pretty much false. That guy is a quack. But anyway, yeah, he thinks it would be better. I'm saying evidence points to the fact it would not be better, in fact. So,
yeah.
But I think it's moot anyway because it will likely not happen because there's no evidence to suggest any of this. So why would anybody take any action to change it? You know, then they would be subject to lawsuit from Citadel probably for impacting unfairly and you know unwarrantedly impacting their business. Well, why did we get struck down with this illegal halt when you know there was absolutely no evidence to support it? And they're going to come looking for that money from somebody. Anyway, I'm just speculating and saying it would be nice if the Citadel countersued this guy's ass. Anyway. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
I believe, based on everything I've seen over the past 3 years, that is going to uncover a majority of the fraud in the AMC and GME play, and the bad actors are going to be brought to justice because the courts, the SEC, the FBI, the DOJ will have no other choice but to step in and regulate the market because the evidence we will have uncovered.
But it is regulated.
Overwhelming. Okay? So you guys keep sending the letters in. Keep sending them to the judge. Keep putting a human face on the crimes that these bad actors have been doing to us for the last 36 months. And I believe the more people that send these letters, the closer we will become to justice. And as the letters come in, once I get them,
I mean, this is where we're at now. This is insane.
Everybody know to keep everybody informed. Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you?
I mean, you know, this is the point we're at where it's literally write letters to the court and tell them how losing a lot of money on a bad trade has affected your life. Really? Really? That's what we're doing now, I guess. I mean, how pathetic. I mean, this is, what was the, oh yeah, shit, I totally forgot about this, and if I'd had more time, I would have added him to the thumbnail, but this shit is jumping the shark. Like, collectively, these clowns, they're jumping the shark. This is past the point of absurdity now. I mean, there was nothing else that can be done or said, I don't think. I don't know what it is. If so, they've jumped the shark. Let's write letters to the judge on a bullshit lawsuit that I don't even know how it hasn't been dismissed yet. I guess it's not to that point, but I mean, come on. Charlotte said it best. Where is it? This means nothing in the long run. Yeah, exactly. Means nothing in the long run. Ah, Jesus Christ. Okay. So, I've been having some fun with Google Gemini lately. And I want to share it. I think it's share worthy. So I have not actually watched this video yet. So we'll watch a little bit of it, and then we'll just rely on our friends at Google maybe for the rest of it, because it's a little bit long. So, world events and the AMC thesis. Did we really get that much right? By Stock Retail, one of the new favorite grifters here. Yeah, that was kind of a joke, but so let's see. World events in the AMC thesis, a wild week in markets. Just how much of the AMC and Bitcoin thesis was confirmed? His words, not mine. And I know I'm going to have to speed this guy up.
Guys, what's up? Stock Retail coming back to you on a Saturday after a very event-filled week. A lot has gone on this week. Just global events, market events, a whole lot of moving pieces, and frankly, to the level of almost being shocked at how right we really are on the thesis. I've always believed in it. I've always known that things were going to play out, or at least had a lot of confidence things were going to play out in certain ways. But to see it kind of all unfolded all at once was, even for me, a little bit eye-opening and shocking. So if you witnessed a whole lot of things going on this week and are like, man, what the heck is going on? I just want to share with you the way I see it, and a whole lot of puzzle pieces and moving parts that I believe actually come together and confirm a lot of things that we in AMC have been saying for a very long time. So that's just what I want to do today, and sort of pick apart the thesis a little bit and tie that into the events of the last week or so, since it's been such a big week. So let's just review what even is that thesis, and then you'll start to see, and we'll start to kind of dive through. So the first thing is, I've talked since 2021 even about tokens as a cheat code, right? So you've seen a lot of news on that in past, let's say the past few months and over the past year or so, and even some news this last week. And so that's part of the thesis. There's something I've called the great unwinding, and kind of a cleanup of the tokens that were created the night before the buy button removal way back in 2021, and a whole lot since then.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay.
Securitized. Oh my God, this is clownish.
Okay. Yep, it is. It truly is.
Part of the thesis has been, and this has been a little more recent, let's say over the past 9 months to a year, I've had this kind of thought that I started to share based on some DD, that Bitcoin kind of becomes this element that dominates fiat, is part of also the cleanup, and it starts a path to kind of a new way, or a better world. So we'll talk about that a little bit. Part of the thesis.
Bitcoin is the path to a better world. Okay, cool.
Oh my goodness.
Better world through more electricity consumption, I guess.
A better world.
And we already established
a currency that has a fixed limit and therefore will always ensure economic destruction and deflation.
Well, maybe maybe this will, maybe the next, maybe it'll all fit together. Like those nesting dolls.
As a whole have been basically pumped up. That their values have been pumped, and in many ways to manage margins. That I've been telling you for a while that longs are also leveraged. We talk about margin calls for shorts, but longs have been leveraged. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, and this idea, this sub bullet here, that shorts don't have cash, they have positions. Sometimes we get trolled on like, well, the shorts are profitable on AMC, so really you lost. And I've been saying, hold up, you got to have context to that. You need cash to cover your positions. So we'll talk about that too, and what I've seen going on this last week. Again,
God.
This is absolutely clownish as a short seller. Look, I only have to pay back the part that is still owed in the value. So if I say short AMC at $50 and it's all the way down at, on a reverse split basis, 30 cents, all I have to do is pay you back the 30 cents. That's nothing.
Yeah.
Like, all it is,
Yeah.
I've got the cash setting in my account. All I have to do is
it has to right.
realize the gain is to return the part of that cash that's already realized in my account to you, the part of it that you own still. The rest of it is profit.
The current value
they don't have
of the security.
That's a lie. Because first of all, it really depends on what they do with the cash after they acquire it from the short position. So this guy, there's just so much wrong here.
Yeah.
That statement alone should
right,
disqualify him from being able to have a YouTube account talking about finance. He should just shut the fuck up and go away.
I agree. I mean, and we hear this all the time. They can't close. They're trapped. Yada yada yada. I mean, no, I don't. I failed. That's the evidence does not support that, especially when you look at the short interest. I mean, you don't even really need to, but you can see it go up and down and up and down and up and down. Guess what that represents? Short sellers closing positions.
Yeah.
Like,
and as
I don't know how much clearer it could get.
Yeah, and as we've discussed on a previous show, some of these that are still in the short position, they're getting to do it for free. Like, their cost to borrow is negligible. AMC's cost to borrow is sub 1%. It's literally measured in basis points. That's how cheap it is. Trust me, I've looked it up.
Yep.
And oh, by the way, it's below for sure the overnight rate that you get on a cash sweep and a money market account. So if I wanted to,
right, which we went over last time. Yeah,
I'd get to do it for free.
Yeah, free money. Who doesn't like that? Okay. So, well, we're going to go through each of these again real quickly here in a little bit, but
part of my thesis has been
or Gemini's going to help us.
The volatility index would spike, and so we're going to look at what's been going on with that. That gold and silver would boost Hycroft, which in turn will boost AMC. Some of these things I'm sharing with you are
oh god,
you think the big spike is going to be bullish for AMC? Excuse me.
I don't know what that, because well, his thesis is VIX spike. I mean, I don't know how that. He didn't really. He just said that. Yeah, it was unclear how it was connected. I mean, I guess he believes it.
So.
Well, that's what he's saying is that the Mag 7 is pumped, which is not Mag 7 anymore. I mean, come on, that's weeks if not months. It's been 7. I mean, Tesla fell out of that first months ago. But anyway, several weeks ago at least. Anyway, these are pumped up to manage margins on the longs, because if the market were to go down, that value that they're using as the collateral for the short positions, which is another cracked out notion.
Why would you use risky securities to manage your margins when you
ones that
use safe
ones that are admittedly, they're pumping up for that purpose? It makes no sense, really, especially if it's leveraged. So it's not well thought out. It's not informed. It's just wildly speculative and creative, I guess,
and
in an ignorant way.
NVIDIA at its current price is fair value for the revenue and earnings that it produces. Is it over earning? Yeah, I agree. It's over earning. It's an AI bubble. As soon as these companies
the question is, what's the longevity of this hype? And in turn the sales.
Pumping the market is like irrelevant. It's like they don't.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It's like they don't think other market actors exist.
Well, right, and that's another common theme that we've been hitting against a lot, because they're increasingly becoming more and more isolated and desperate. So everything is intentional stacked against them, which it pretty much always has been. But I love the mention of Hycroft here too. Gold and silver will boost Hycroft, which will boost AMC. Okay.
In 3 years that I've been saying a lot of these things. So it's just real interesting to see it all coming together. These are not necessarily new thoughts, but I saw all of this during the week. And then
it's
here and there about U.S. Treasuries.
Basically the same garbage over and over again.
Yeah, Right. And a lot of these things are just,
Yield being
well,
and the price down.
get there.
So take a look at that. Okay, so there's more to the thesis.
No shit. Really? You think so? Okay. So this is like his main points. And I mean, we kind of already went through them, but I will offer this, this analysis here. Hang on 1 second here. Gemini. There it is. And I don't know why Manuel's Gemini doesn't work, but mine works fine. And it's the only one that'll actually watch YouTube videos and talk about them. So I kind of like it. But so on the screen now is Gemini. And so I said, watch the following video and summarize the main points in detail, and gave it the link. And it says, according to the video, the main points are about the recent events in the market and how they confirm the speaker's thesis on AMC and Bitcoin. The speaker believes that the recent events in the market confirm his thesis on AMC and Bitcoin. He listed out several events that happened recently, such as Bitcoin going down, shorts getting squeezed, and treasuries going up. He believes that all these events are happening exactly as he predicted, and it signs that good guys are winning. The speaker also addressed some attacks he received recently. He believes these attacks are from people who are afraid of the new world and want to maintain the old system. Here are the main points of the speaker's thesis. Bitcoin is the future of the entire macro economy. People who buy and hold Bitcoin will be thankful for it in years to come. AMC will be profitable. The speaker will be doing a forecast on AMC's quarterly earnings soon. Shorts don't have cash, they have positions. They need cash to cover their positions. The VIX will spike. Treasury yields will go up and the price will go down. Nvidia and S&P 500, they are pumped up and will go down. Gold and silver, they will go up and boost AMC. So that's, I mean, it seems fairly accurate, at least at the outset of the video here, as far as what he is going to talk about and his basic thoughts on those things. So far, so good. So then, here's what comes next. So now I said, now evaluate each of the 7 main points for validity using common sense, critical thinking, and logical reasoning. Does each point pass muster? I'm simply trying to determine objectively, do these things make sense? I'm not trying to lead it to one outcome or another. I hope that comes through here. I'm just trying to evaluate them for validity. I didn't say prove them right or prove them wrong. Just evaluate them using this rubric. Does each point pass muster? Go. So let's evaluate each of the 7 points. Bitcoin is the future of the entire macroeconomy. Well, this is a bold claim.
I would agree with that.
While Bitcoin has gained significant traction, its future dominance in the entire macroeconomy is uncertain. New technologies and regulations could emerge. Needs further evidence. Okay, I would agree with that.
Even the AI program is going citation needed, bro.
AMC will be profitable. Predicting a company's profitability requires financial analysis, not just recent market trends. We need to see evidence of AMC's improving financials. Uncertain without further information.
Wow.
Shorts don't have cash, they have positions. This is partially true. Shorts borrow shares to sell, but reputable short sellers have the capital to cover their positions. Needs clarification. I mean, and I'm fine with that, because it's true. Mm-hmm. Anybody who's actually short selling on any scale is going to have the capital to cover positions. They're not using their last dimes to do it.
Is very
the VIX will spike.
Extend you credit.
Correct.
Freebie.
Right. The volatility index, VIX, reflects market volatility. Predicting a specific spike is challenging without specific market triggers. Uncertain. 5, treasuries. The yield of treasuries will go up and the price will go down. This has a higher chance of being valid. Rising interest rates usually lead to higher yields and lower bond prices. Duh, right? That's the typical correlation that we see.
But part of it, I think that it misses on that one is the fact that he's more or less predicting that rates will go higher when the Fed has explicitly said they have more than likely reached their how high that they're going to go this hiking cycle.
Well, are we talking about, and he didn't say, and this didn't say, but are we talking about the Federal Reserve setting policy, or are we talking about the actual market where it's trading? These are two different things, as we know. And we saw,
which goes back to like a lack of clarity. Is he talking about the short end of the curve that's already priced in the Fed's movements, or the long end of the curve that is, inverted? Like, he didn't say.
Or, and also connecting it to AMC and all this kind of stuff. I mean, what Gemini is evaluating is is it true that yields go up when bond prices go down, which is true. So that's what it's evaluating, right? That's why it says more likely to be true. That's all that they're evaluating here. They're not connecting it with anything else. So in that
argument,
not really. No, it's not putting it in context really, because I told it to look at each one separately. So I guess that's what it's doing. So NVIDIA and S&P pumped up and will go down. Stock prices fluctuate based on various factors. Pumped up is a subjective term. A market correction could happen, but without specific reasons. The claim is uncertain. Uncertain without further information. True. Gold and silver, they will go up and boost AMC. The connection between gold and silver prices and AMC's stock price is not clear. Needs evidence of a connection. And I guess he would say Hycroft mining is the connection, but I mean, why in the world? I mean, I'm not really sure that. I mean, well, I guess I have to say I'm not really sure, but I can look and see real quick. And I guess we can see, where is it here? Taking this off the screen. I guess we see, and this is not AMC now. It's actually gold. The gold line is gold, and the candles are Hycroft mining. So I mean, I guess there's a similar contour in certain areas. Like this is the gold pump recently, but I mean, gold is up. I mean, just in terms of percentage or whatever here, gold. Let's see. Since I guess it's the beginning of the year. Let's do it this way. Percentage year to date. Percentage year to date, gold is up about 15%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we've seen a lack of dollar
Hycroft
liquidity, and gold is a substitute for dollar liquidity when it dries up. Now, Hycroft has been going up because, like all of these junior miners with no actual operations, they're all spec plays on gold. So when gold shoots up, these things just rip for no other reason other than gold's going up.
Right. So here you see Hycroft and percentage up 46% year to date. Of course, it started, we're talking about a $3 stock. So, talking about it in the same percentage terms,
see that big old red
it's
candle there
not really likely.
In the middle of the chart, that big old red candle.
Yeah.
Like right there. Yeah. That's where I shorted Hycroft at the top of that. Not the wick part of it, but like in the middle of that solid, and just wrote it down to the other bottom of that thickness.
Right.
The candle. So that was nice. That was fun.
That was a couple Fridays ago. And that's when we started to see the market go down at large. So, yeah. And we could throw AMC on here too, and just see, now, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. So we do see, a little bit of,
and you notice that
inverse.
It's funny that the market starts coming down as you see this. Like, first it flattened out, and then it came down as you saw that next gold rally leg up. Wow, what happens when you have lack of dollar liquidity? Bad things happen.
Right. Yeah.
Bad things.
Yeah. Right. And we already have that, but you throw that, the dollar. Do I have that on here now? Oops. I guess I got rid of it. Nope. Oh, I'm taking them off.
Oopsies.
Well, we'll just put the dollar. There's the dollar. Dollar rising with gold.
Yep.
With gold, is that right? Yeah.
I see gold and high.
QQQ.
Yeah, well, that is DXY. I thought it was.
Yeah. AMC. Yeah. And Hycroft is the candles. So QQQ is now yellow. So everything else going up, technology going down. Anyway, it's getting a little bit messy there, so I'll take these off. But,
Get the picture.
is there anything more? So really the comparison, though, is Hycroft.
For speculative assets.
Hycroft and AMC correlation. And you see an inverse correlation. Hycroft went up as AMC went down, and then Hycroft came down and AMC went up. So, no, that's directly contradictory to what this clown said. Directly contradictory. Sorry, that kind of stinks, but that's, I don't know what to say.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, some points have a higher chance of being, this is Gemini again, higher chance of being valid based on economic principles, e.g. treasuries. However, others' predictions or opinions without strong supportive evidence. Here are some additional points to consider. Past performance is not necessarily indicative of future results. The speaker has a vested interest, and the speaker has a vested interest in promoting his thesis. So, biased. And that's the end. It is important to do your own research and critical analysis before making any investment decisions, because you don't want to be stuck doing the retroactive DD, which is what this is. So, this is all stuff that we could have, we talked about here before. But, so there's really no reason to listen.
Taking up all of my time.
Crap.
Before everything.
There's no reason to entertain any more of, where is he? This guy that I can see, because we already know everything.
It really shortens how much bullshit we have to go through.
It is. And you have to, obviously you have to, verify things and, kind of, don't rely on it only, but to be sure though, we can look and we can see that it's not only him that we can do this on. And let me pull in something else here. Because, yeah. So this one, let's bring this in. Actually, let's bring it in the browser. So this is a new thing. This is AIDS. So I'm giving everybody AIDS here.
Artificial intelligence series. I like it.
Yes. AI2, the Allen Institute for Artificial Intelligence, or AI Squared. AIDS Artificial Intelligence Debunk Series, Volume 1, GameStop and Marantz Rants, Part 1.
Is it GameStop can't
and,
stop?
Yeah, that one. So, let's get the video here. So it's been a minute since we've seen this guy. So,
hi guys, welcome back to Marantz Rants. Plenty of good information, a little bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice.
Oh man, I'd rather watch Bloomberg than this dude.
I started buying games.
Even Bloomberg talking to Jamie Dimon.
Yeah, 100%.
And when I started buying them, I saw the run up.
Of that.
Oh, he's a fascinating guy, for sure.
Everything happened to the stock, and everyone always said, you should have sold, and I never sold. I just kept buying more, and I'm still buying more. And
That's
today was an all-time record day today. The stock dropped all the way down to $10.06, and I was very fortunate enough to buy shares at $10.13, $10.14, and 10 and some change. I bought 4 different shares today, and I was okay with it. I'm very happy with buying it, because I know that GameStop today is infinitely better than it was 3 years ago. The company itself, right? Stock price is one thing.
So mild interjection. This. So like maybe Manuel or one of the ones that watch Marantz more often than I do, because I really don't. care to watch him all that much, except when someone lets me know about something.
Right.
But apparently he's been cut off on buying GameStop shares. Has he not? Either Manuel or the back. Didn't the whip go crack? If I understand, shortly after this.
What, you're talking about the old ball and chain?
Yeah.
Or,
go figure that
I'm not aware of that.
Significant other did not care much for continued gambling on GameStop, and he said that he because of I can't remember what he said specifically, but from the clip I was shown, he basically got told, yeah, you're cut off for like a week or a couple weeks from buying GameStop shares. Go figure. Buying,
interesting.
Necessities is more important than stock market gambling.
Yeah.
The stock price could be $0, it could be $2, $1. It doesn't matter. The company is running a certain way, and that's because Ryan Cohen is in charge of the company now. Aside from what it was back then, back then if you could totally buy in the shares at $40, it was a real gamble to a point because you were saying to yourself, well, we don't know what Michael Krupio is going to do, we don't know what Matthew Furlong's going to do, and they had just hired Jenna Owens, so that whole team was different. And I know that there's going to be a lot of turnover at the top whenever you're doing a pivot and a change, because that's what happens with leadership. They all have different leadership style of how they want to do it, the culture they want to build and bring, and now you have Ryan at the helm. And that's the best part. The constant for GameStop over the last 3 years is Ryan Cohen, Alan Adel, Larry Chang, all of whom have bought in shares themselves over the course of those 3 years. They keep buying in shares and they keep putting their money in front of what they plan on doing with this company, letting the company's performance basically pay for what they will be. If you're buying shares at $10, with the ratio that it is, I'll give you this example, right? Just simple measurable and how you do it. There's adjusted EBITDA for GameStop. If you take away all the one-timers, all the one-time expenses, everything they had, they're going to come out plus around $64 million for the year.
That's the way
that
to
was last year.
understand that.
Yeah,
adjusted
right.
Anything, just replace the adjusted with bullshit.
That's what I have
That
pretty much,
puts you at around 22
done.
cents
Yeah.
a share. So 22 cents a share on profit. If you can do that number, which is very possible, to put you at a P/E ratio of 45 right now, when you're talking about a $10 stock. So it's right in the ballpark of where you want to be. But then let's go and piggyback that with the fact that not only is it just profit, you're sitting on assets.
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now. First of all, trying to call a PE ratio of 45, air quotes, in the ballpark. Okay, let me pull up my stock tracker that I have for consumer discretionary. Consumer discretionary, which GME is in. Okay, on the whole, for all stocks, like 30 is what you want to aim for. But here's the averages that I'm seeing as far as PE ratio for things that are in its same sector. The consumer discretionary, like your retail stores. So
yeah,
Walgreens doesn't have a PE right now because it had no earnings, but Kohl's 8.05. Build-A-Bear 7.64, and that would be a lot closer because that's a specialized retailer. Signet Jewelers 5.52. That's a little different. Where I really probably shouldn't include that one here. Dollar General 19.13. Texas Roadhouse is a food place. Ford I wouldn't consider, but you're talking about something that's in the teens or low double digits, or somewhere in the high single digits. Like 45 is not in the ballpark. 45 is significantly outside of the ballpark. It might be in the next county over, in fact.
It's a little bit, yeah. I agree. I would agree.
But he's playing on the ignorance of these people who've been told, well, on average, stocks in general are, you look for a PE ratio of 30, which is true. That's usually the indicator that most people go with. But you also have to look at the sector and look at what's the average for that sector, because they could be wildly different. And once you start looking at that, 45 looks absolutely retarded to consider in the ballpark.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Okay.
Of all time. They're over 2x on assets versus liabilities. There's never been a time where GameStop has performed this well on the sheet. So there's that, right? Minimal corporate debt. I think it's like $14 million in debt that they owe. And they are performing at an all-time high because of the cash on hand, $1.2 billion, cash and marketable securities combined. That's their shareholder equity. And right now at $10, guys, come up 42% per share is equity. No one that you're going to name has better equity, right? The book value. So all the measurables you look at, when I say no one, because when you look at book value, you got to look, you go into the math and you go, well, they're propped up on goodwill, they're propped up on just assets, and I'm talking about like buildings, equipment, and you go, wait a minute, that depreciates over time. The one thing that's still keeping constant is just cash, right? That's GameStop with cash. And here's the best part about it. That's
his fucking obsession with cash.
It's private equity driven. And if you guys don't believe me about private equity, if you guys think it's just a buzzword, then maybe you haven't been living in America for 50 years. But there's certain individuals out there that manage funds, that invest money, that bankrupt companies from bad decisions, like Big Lots, like 99-cent only store, like Bed Bath & Beyond, like Kohl's.
Yeah, because publicly traded companies never do that as well. They never make bad decisions and ultimately end up failing. I fail to see the argument there.
Mm-hmm.
Has he ever shown a chart, like statistics or anything to back any of that up?
He's really bad.
I don't think so. But Ryan Cohen, his own fucking personal savior, his own personal Lord fucking savior, said, hey, it's all capital allocation. It doesn't matter. We saw that earlier.
He also said
he
posted the image of Spears because that could very well happen to GameStop. But he has never considered that, has he?
Right. Oh, no. Of course not. And I don't know. I don't get the sense from Ryan Cohen that, like, from that interview, like, if he had something to say,
he would have said it.
He would absolutely be. He would have said it. But the fact that there's been, what, three canceled earnings calls?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to compare
that's pathetic.
A antisocial version of Adam Aron. Like, he's in a tight spot where he doesn't know what to do, so he doesn't want to say anything because he's, I get the feeling that he's an introvert. But much like Adam Aron, he seems to, you may disagree with what he does, you may disagree with how he operates, but that interview we watched, it doesn't seem like, how do I put it? It doesn't seem like any of these things that the apes want it to be or anything on his mind. And if any of this conspiratorial stuff is brought up, he'd flat out deny it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's pro enough. He's enough of a professional to do that for sure. And debunking all those dumbass tweets, images, and stuff. I mean, not really debunking them, but getting a kind of an inside look into or what he was thinking. Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, clearly. I mean, I would say he's probably a little bit frightened at what at how fanatical some of these people are, and he's probably surprised and possibly even disgusted by some of their behavior and deranged beliefs. If I had to guess, I mean, he
doesn't talk.
He's not stupid.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's stupid.
Yeah,
but his introvert nature kind of leaves this opening because he did that photo with Pulte, but we got no context for it. So is he aware of what's going on? Or is he not, or what? Whereas Adam Aron is extrovert, so we constantly get when he has an opinion, we're going to hear about it, and so that's my big problem with Ryan Cohen is I don't think he takes effective leadership of the situation.
And it would be one thing if he were producing results, like real results, not these bullshit limp dick results that Rance is talking about. And he just legitimately didn't have time, to really address things because he was literally so busy, or hey, and then comes out at some point. It's like, hey guys, I'm sorry I haven't been as out front, but as you can see, we've been turning things around and here, but we don't have that. We don't even have that. We don't even have results to point to. So at what point is he going to even come out of the woodwork, or is he, I don't know. It's very odd to me.
But yeah, I mainly agree with you that I think he is definitely afraid of what this has become.
I wouldn't. I mean, I don't think that would be out of the realm of possibility.
Are living out in this world right now, and it's unfortunate because it's the retail apocalypse. It's real. It's happening. But GameStop is surviving through all of that. That's the best part. So if I could buy GameStop for $10,
Okay, now this is interesting because he said the retail apocalypse, right? Stores closing, all this kind of stuff. But GameStop is surviving. Well, that's interesting because it wasn't that long ago that the narrative was, well, GameStop's pivoting from that, right?
Well,
we're pivoting to e-commerce. Now, it's having to do that because they closed that whole distribution center we looked at 2 weeks ago. Yep.
Not just that, but the Jamaica trademark canned. We just got the player trademark canned. This whole digital idea that he was basing his whole grift off of, dead.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Yep. And to revisit back from the live stream we did where we did talk about that warehouse and the auction and stuff, Ryan Cohen joined the board in January 2021. So he was on the board, obviously, when that warehouse opened. But I believe that the plan itself was in place, though. I don't know. I'm not clear on whether he was part of voting that in or not, or whether that was after. But it was around that time that was, allocated. Right. So anyway, because I said I wasn't sure, and then.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, even
no. Go ahead.
that it also came out this last week that they finished the auction on some of those equipment, and that big roller set of all the assembly line stuff to get the packaging out and everything.
Oh yeah.
No bids. No qualifying bids.
No bids, huh?
Write that off. That is a multi-million-dollar piece of machinery. They quoted it as, and I quote, at least 12 or 14 million. So it could be more because they played this fudgy game of at least. So they're like, it's not going to be a major thing on their balance sheet, but all of the heavy equipment, with the exception of like the vehicles you're showing there, like all the forklifts, all that stuff.
They sold for about $30,000. Yeah, which is a good deal.
The scroll back down. The Rapston shoe sorter, all that stuff, the big assembly line equipment.
Oh yeah,
no bid,
right.
No qualifying bid.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna have to write that off as a total loss.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Those brand new carts that we saw, they went for $130.
Brand new equipment, barely been used.
I think they said it was. 16 million. This one right here. I think this is the big one. There's two main ones here. Yeah. It says that it was over $12 million. Purchased 6 months ago for over $12 million. 6 months ago. Now, imagine that. 6 months ago. That puts it into, what, third quarter of 2023? They bought this in the third quarter of 2023. When did they? I mean, that blows my mind right there. 6 months ago, they purchased this. That can't be right. There's no way that's right.
See,
6 months?
Like 6 months of use, or no, purchased 6 months ago. Wow, because that makes it sound like they They bought this and then they immediately were just like, no, we give up on it. It's like, what? 6 months?
Well, maybe
give up on a $12 million item? Like, what?
Maybe it was a scam. Maybe it was all a scam.
Maybe.
Yeah, so this one and this one here, this is all the live roller and belted conveyors from the system. So this one is the actual conveyor pick system, only 6 months old.
Because I didn't even notice that. What the fuck?
And then this one here is like all of the conveyor and belting rollers. And so the first one here is the lot 0 is the actual system, the whole, like everything else, like
So what this makes
all the other shit
to me.
And then this one here is the so yeah, they didn't sell it. They didn't sell any of it.
Yep. What this makes it sound like to me is they bought all this stuff to put a pretty, like, it goes back to my whole NFT marketplace thing.
To pump
did all this to put a pretty ribbon on it to sell it on to someone else. No buyers, so they sold it all off at a loss.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what kind of fucking management is that?
I don't know, man. But these canvas carts some of them sold for $45.
Like they
lockers.
sold all the little shit like that, but like the big ticket stuff didn't.
Right, but the big systems, no. I'm surprised they sold. Well, yeah, you always.
Me. Well, I mean, we're at the bottom of the market, so no one's going to want to take on that big ticket stuff if they don't have an immediate use for it. But this little shit, like
True,
the
right,
hands and the carts and the forklifts, you know,
yeah,
you can replace
that's stuff that everybody uses, and right, yeah, every warehouse uses that kind of stuff. So, but can you put it in order of? Let's see. Price, like I want to see just the ones that didn't. Yeah, okay. So here's our non-sellers. So really, it's just the top, the main conveyor system. They didn't sell that. I wonder what the rest of the if you added up the price, the sale price of all these things, and then compared it to the cost. How much do they recover? They get 40 cents on the dollar overall or something. I don't know. It'd be interesting to know. But, yeah, so that's a good point. So they didn't 6 months ago. It's crazy. I mean,
because
that was under Ryan Cohen's leadership.
Yeah, because you can't like if you were making this transition, you wouldn't wait 6 months and then cut it. You'd let it play out at least a year, you would think. And they just I'm just baffled by that. I don't know how I missed that number one. And
that is
two,
mind-boggling. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Let's see. So that's 4, 5, 6. I mean, that puts it into like October, November of last year.
Yeah.
So somewhere around there, they were still buying. They bought the most expensive piece of equipment.
From the date they placed the auction, not today.
True. Yeah. Good question here. I want to say March. No.
You scroll up to the top.
Preview was April 15th.
April 15th. Wow.
But
so it really
that
wasn't
was
that far, unless they opened the auction at an earlier.
I don't know.
Wow.
Well,
okay. That didn't help them at all on this time frame.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So yeah.
Today,
not so great.
Investment I'll ever make, and I'm telling you because the value is sincere.
Wow, way to cut back to that.
Everyone's
I know, right?
Guys, the people that I hang out with on my YouTube channel, on the Discord, everything.
Okay, so we probably heard enough of this to be able to look at what Gemini said and be able to compare it. So, what do we got here? Okay. Well, no, I don't need that. That's the wrong one. Oops. Wrong one. I've got it in somewhere in here. Yeah, AIDS. Okay. So I said, watch the following video about GameStop and summarize the points in detail. Rants, GameStop is at an all-time low. That's the video we got here.
What program do you use for this?
According to the video, the speaker believes GameStop. What's that?
What program do you use for this?
This is Google Gemini.
Okay.
And then I just formatted it into a Word document and exported it to PDF. Yeah, I just threw it together. According to the video, the speaker believes GameStop is a good investment because the company is fundamentally strong despite the recent drop in stock price. Here are the reasons why the speaker thinks so. Ryan Cohen, the current chairman, is a strong leader who is making positive changes for the company. The company is financially healthy with positive earnings and a low debt ratio. GameStop's recent performance, including closing unprofitable stores and increasing revenues in Europe, demonstrates a successful turnaround strategy. The speaker also points out that short sellers are trying to drive the price down and encourages viewers to buy more shares. Additionally, he highlights the upcoming quarter's earnings report and encourages viewers to shop at GameStop to improve the company's bottom line. Would you like to learn more about GameStop? No thanks. But I do want you to evaluate the arguments proffered in the video, both on their accuracy and in the interpretation of the data given. Is the conclusion logical given the arguments? This is what I need to know using standard logic and reasoning. The video argues that GameStop is a good investment despite its recent stock price drop to $10 a share. The speaker, who claims to have been buying GameStop shares for the past 3 years, believes the company is fundamentally strong and its turnaround is on the right track. Here are the arguments presented in the video. Strong leadership highlights the positive impact of Ryan Cohen, chairman of the board at GameStop. Speaker credits Cohen for the company's current direction and believes Cohen wouldn't invest in a failing company. Financial performance. Video claims that GameStop is profitable. Mentions an adjusted positive EPS of 22 cents a share and a high current ratio over 2x. Emphasizes that GameStop has minimal debt, significant cash in hand, undervalued. Profitability and positive book value make the current share price illogical. It compares the low share price of the company's performance and assets. Insider buying points out the company's insiders like Cohen and Larry Cheng have been buying shares. The video concludes the low share price is a buying opportunity and the company is on the right track for future success. However, the logic presented in the video relies on several assumptions that need to be considered. Future performance. The video uses past performance and current financials to predict future success. This prediction may not be accurate. Yeah. May not be accurate as future market conditions and company performance can change. Ignoring market sentiment. The video dismisses the reasons behind the falling stock price. There could be legitimate reasons why the market has lost confidence in the company besides short sellers. Oversimplification of fundamentals. The video uses specific financial metrics to make its case, but may not consider the whole financial picture. Overall, the video presents a bullish argument for GameStop, but does not fully address potential risks and opposing viewpoints. It is important to consider this bias and conduct further research before making any investment decisions. Okay. Well, are we done? No. Regarding the assumptions the video relies on, please elaborate on these further and explain whether it is important to consider logical reasoning when evaluating potential investments. In general, is it a good idea to rely on such arguments? Does this strategy often yield positive results, i.e. profits? Elaborating on the assumptions in the video. Future performance. The video assumes a positive trajectory for GameStop based on current leadership and recent financial performance. This is a classic case of post hoc, ergo propter hoc. Latin for after this, therefore because of this.
I love that it's
or the post hoc
calling out
fallacy.
I love that it immediately.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
Reliance on logical fallacies.
It's great. Just because things are going well now doesn't guarantee future success. The video ignores factors like future competition, changes in consumer behavior, or unforeseen economic events. 2. Ignoring market sentiment. The video dismisses the reason for the falling stock prices solely due to short sellers. Market sentiment is complex. The recent meme stock frenzy could have inflated the price previously, and a correction might be happening. Imagine that.
Imagine that.
Additionally, investors might be concerned about the future of brick-and-mortar video game stores in a digital age. Also a valid point. 3. Oversimplification of financials. Focusing solely on positive EPS and a low debt ratio paints a limited picture. A deeper analysis might reveal declining revenue streams, low profit margins, or high operating expenses that could pose challenges for future profitability. Importance of logical reasoning investments. Logical reasoning is crucial in evaluating potential investments. Emotional investing based on hype or based on biased opinions can lead to significant losses. Here's how logic helps. Identifying flaws. Logic helps you identify weaknesses in arguments like the ones presented in the video. Evaluating evidence. Logical reasoning allows you to assess the quality. Yeah, I know. Great. Assess the quality of evidence used to support claims. Are cherry-picked data points being used to paint a rosy picture? Mitigating risk. By logically analyzing all available information, you can create a more balanced view of the potential risks and rewards involved in an investment. Relying on such arguments and success rates. Relying solely on arguments like the one presented in the video is not a reliable investment strategy. Here's why. Bias. These types of videos often come with sources from a vested interest in promoting the stock. Check. Incomplete information. Videos are limited in the amount of information they can convey. Crucial financial details might be missing. Check. Market volatility. Rapid stock price changes can be influenced by short-term trends and hype, not just long-term company performance. We see that all the time too. that while there could be instances where such arguments lead to successful investments, it's more likely to be due to luck than a sound strategy. So, recommended investment strategy, of course, diversification, research, long-term perspectives, professional guidance. Okay. So, is it reasonable to conclude that the speaker in the video is either misinformed and therefore negligent, or is attempting to intentionally mislead the audience and is therefore potentially engaging in fraudulent activity? Is there any valid reason for someone to promote these ideas as valid investment strategies? It's difficult to say definitively whether the speaker in the video is misinformed, negligent, or intentionally misleading. Here's a breakdown of possibilities. Misinformed. And this is the age-old argument I have with myself about these clowns. The speaker might genuinely believe the arguments presented and be overly optimistic about GameStop's future. They may lack a deep understanding of financial markets or be relying on limited information. Negligent. Even with genuine belief, the speaker might be negligent in not presenting a more balanced view. They could be failing to disclose potential risks or the limitations of their analysis. Intentionally misleading. There's a possibility the speaker is intentionally misleading the audience to benefit themselves or others. This could involve situations where they hold a significant stake in GameStop and want to drive the price up. Okay. Valid reasons for promotion. Unlikely.
Get to the end of this, so I'll let you finish, but I want to do something.
There could be a few unlikely reasons. Like unconventional strategy. The speaker might be advocating for a contrarian investment strategy, believing the market has overreacted. However, this should be done with a clear presentation of the risks involved. Raising awareness. Speaker might aim to raise awareness about GameStop's turnaround efforts. However, this should be done with factual information and an even-handed approach. Generally not a valid strategy. Overall, promoting such arguments without a balanced view is not a valid long-term investment strategy. It's more likely to mislead viewers and potentially lead to financial losses. Here are some additional points to consider. Legality. Reputation. Okay. Based on all the above information and analysis you provided, thank you, by the way, is it reasonable to conclude that the speaker of the video, Moass Rants, should generally not be viewed as an authoritative or credible source for matters concerning GameStop Corporation stock? Yes. Based on the information you provided, it's reasonable to conclude that Moass Rants should not be viewed as an authoritative or credible source for matters concerning GameStop Corporation stock, GME. Here's why. 1. Lack of credibility. The name Moass Rants itself doesn't inspire confidence as a financial expert. True. I agree. 2. Social media platform. TikTok is a platform known for more entertainment and short-form videos than financial analysis. 3. Hashtag usage. And they know that he's on TikTok because it's in the video and it's also in the description. Lol. Hashtag usage. The usage of hashtags such as FYP and viral suggests the video is focused on going viral rather than providing in-depth stock analysis. While Moass might be enthusiastic, their video lacks the research, expertise, and data analysis needed for credible stock advice. Here are some better sources. Financial news like Bloomberg, established financial advisors, SEC filings, consult the professional.
Hey,
thank you very much.
Big about SEC filings here at the Noisy Correction.
You now have AIDS. Everyone has AIDS.
So I want you to do a thought experiment
Gemini.
on this to show, roll up the sleeves like we're a performer on stage. There's nowhere for the ball to be hidden. I want you to do this on my Palantir video.
Oh, okay. You got, yeah, sure.
Let me get the link for you real quick.
Oh, okay, sure. So while you get that,
Yep.
You know, we'll just listen to the conclusion here. The last 30 or so seconds.
It takes. I'm shopping and I'm supporting this company, and you know, adjusted EBITDA, I had them at 64 million for the year, and I'm going to tell you for this next coming year, I'm looking for like $100 million. I really am looking for $100 million. I think that they can break even this quarter one. That already puts them plus $51 million versus last year. Just know, they're not going to lose the money that they did last year, and they still made a profit.
I put it in
So,
the next.
all right, I got to get going. I'll see you guys around. I got football practice.
All right.
Life still goes on. I had dinner with the wife. I'm living life, and it feels good. $10 a share. Come get it. Peace.
All right.
Roll up the sleeves. We're going to take one of my videos for a test ride on the AIDS test.
Now, yeah, right. Now let's I'm going to do this in real time here so I don't get accused of any funny business.
Yeah. And I do admit up front my bias by stating that I am short Palantir. And I will reaffirm that position right now. I am short 20 shares of Palantir.
All right, we'll do a new chat. And see. Watch. I watched the following video. And so I like to do it in multiple steps because
it allows.
So I'll do it the same way that I did
the analysis rather than try and rush through it.
Yeah, and cram it all in, and then the summary is abbreviated too. It doesn't do as good a job summarizing it, but that's what I want it to do first anyway. So. All right, and summarize the main points offered by the speaker. Wait, do I have the right link? Now, your link starts at a certain time, starts in 319 seconds in. Is that what you wanted?
I think it should work.
Okay, gotcha. Yep. There you go. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay. The main points of the video are about why the speaker is shorting Palantir and the risks involved. Speaker starts the video by mentioning Palantir is expected to have a revenue growth, which is a deceleration from its previous growth. The year revenue is expected to be around 16%, much lower than 30%. Another reason the speaker is shorting Palantir. You know what? Yeah, well, it didn't put it into like a nice outline form, but that's okay. They're separated by paragraphs. Valuation metrics are high. Cites these ratios, argues the ratio is absurd. Speaker points out that insiders have been selling after every earnings call. This, according to the speaker, is a sign even the insiders believe the company is overvalued. Speaker acknowledges there will be people who continue to buy, but believes the stock price will eventually retrace down to $16 per share. The speaker is shorting Palantir because they believe the stock price will eventually fall. Speaker mentions not worried about the cost of borrowing, short because their portfolio is backed by U.S. Treasuries and TLT, which generate enough interest to cover the cost of borrowing. Okay. Overall, the speaker believes that Palantir is a risky investment and that the stock price is likely to fall in the near future. Okay. Now, evaluate the validity of the main points you identified in the video above using critical thinking, logical reasoning, and common sense. I don't think I need all those in there, but just to make it.
The more prompts you give it, the more precise these AI programs tend to be. So.
Right. Do the claims pass muster? Okay. Moment of truth. And while that's working, I'm just going to say, we've got, not shit apes say, fuck. Wait a minute. Finance chat. Links in the description. Gotta build some suspense, I'm not looking at it. I haven't seen it yet, what it says, but here's the finance chat links in the description. And boy, it looks like there's some drama going on over there, right? And I can't wait to get back over there in the general section. That's why you keep off-topic shit off the streams. To be quite honest, because I don't keep up with the chat 100%. I can't. and I'm not going to go back and verify something, just not. And so, especially if it's not important or off topic. So, you know, I don't know, you know, yeah, exactly. And I you know, entertaining conspiracy theories, which is what it looked like was happening, you know, I could really do without that. So anyway, but I'm sure I was wrong. You know, I'm sure I'll hear about it. Oh, I'm still learning how to answer this question. No. You know how to answer this question. No. Let me see if I can get it to do it. No.
Look, we're trying to show transparency here. Get with the program. Google's trying to be flaky on us.
Yeah, right. They're getting you know, they're shy, a little shy in the limelight here. Okay, I apologize. It seems I misspoke previously. I say thank you. While I can't access my past interactions directly, I can help you find. Okay, no, this is not. Why?
What?
Maybe I need to do it in
other ones. Maybe we need to use we need to do the specific
well,
things that you did there, and start again. And
oh, okay. So I did it on the stock retail one, and let me put your video into this chat here.
Okay. Cool. You did
Yeah,
that. Could you do this
because maybe
that
I'll remember.
again for this video?
Yeah. Now. All right, let's see if it take out the timestamp there. I'm curious to see if it actually is the same summary too. Well, now it's in bullet points, which is a little easier to read. Although it doesn't have some of the things it doesn't have, but because it doesn't say. Wait, does it say?
It might be because I don't know.
Cost of borrowing of short the stock is negligible for him, and there's a footnote. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Both for accuracy and interpretation in the context presented by the speaker. Are the facts presented true, and do they add up to the conclusion offered by the speaker? How about that?
Yeah, let's try that.
I'm trying to get it to say whether I'm not trying to lead it on too much, but I kind of have to a little bit, get it started in the right direction. Mm-hmm. Let's see what it does. It's taking its time, but that's not, speaker's points are based on some facts, but lack strong evidence to guarantee a stock price decline. Well, nobody's guaranteeing it. We would never say that. Nobody ever says around here that they guarantee it.
Yep.
Shorting is risky, so be cautious.
Yep.
Here's a breakdown of the facts mentioned in the speaker's interpretation. Palantir's revenue growth is expected to decelerate. Palantir's valuation metrics are high. Insiders have been selling. Those are all facts. Speaker's interpretations. Decelerating revenue growth justifies shorting the stock. High valuation metrics justify shorting. Insider selling justifies shorting. Decrease in revenue can be a concern, but doesn't necessarily mean the company's prospects are bad.
Correct.
There could be temporary reasons for the slowdown. Sure. There's always, not 100% here. High valuation metrics, a high PE or PS ratio indicates the stock price is expensive. However, these metrics don't necessarily predict the stock price decline. Stock price could still go up if the company's future earnings potential is high, true, or if there's some type of short-term catalyst or whatever. Somebody comes in and buys 10 million options or something. Insider selling can have various reasons, and it's not always a sign that insiders are bearish on the company's future. No, not always, but if they are, they're probably selling. If they're bearish in the future and they can sell, well, oftentimes they do, right?
Yeah.
They could be selling for personal reasons unrelated to the company's performance. But this is a zero interest rate company, right? Isn't this a zero interest rate dependent type of company? So,
and I would note this is not
if
like a pre-revenue company or a pre-earnings company. They're making earnings. The only hypothesis in my video was compared to
declining
price. Its price is lofty compared to
its high. The speaker's argument has some basis in facts, but it lacks strong evidence to guarantee that Palantir's stock price will decline. Well, I don't believe that the speaker guaranteed that. Right. There could be other explanations for the facts presented in the video. Shorting is a risky strategy. Investors should carefully consider all the risks.
Yes, I did present facts, but that doesn't change the fact that what I'm doing could be stupid.
Right. The stock market is complex and influenced by many factors. It's difficult to predict with certainty which stocks will go up or down. Shorting can be a risky strategy. Yes, we've said that a million times. Yeah. So, I guess good job.
Yep.
Hey, at least it said you presented some facts. Yeah. Now, all right. Let's see. Now, you said, or wait a minute, not you, but in here, there is, I don't know what this is here, but it's one of my streams that Manuel posted in there to watch, and I'm not sure why, but I guess might as well end with that. It's about that time. Well, actually, so I don't know what. Hang on. Futures are what doing? What doing? Oh, it looks like the dollar is. Oh, back down. Oh, okay. The gasoline futures are taking a bit of a dive here. I mean, about 3 cents or something.
Curious question about that. Looking at that, like if gas and oil is going down, man, that sounds like the economy is like cutting off itself. Like stock markets are rallying, but like
well, it's hard to yeah. I mean, I haven't looked at any news. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I know nothing really. Who knows if it even matters?
Simmering now.
It's popping over to trading economics in the news section. They say South Korean shares rebound on Monday from 32 minutes ago. 1%. China keeps 1 year loan prime rate the same. They left it the same. That was in line with expectations. Japanese shares gain as sentiment improves. 0.3%. Australian shares rise on mining boost about an hour ago. Kuwait inflation rate at over 2.5-year low. So we're getting a lot of bullish news from around the world. I would be willing. West Texas Intermediate crude futures fell to around 81.50 per barrel, sliding before toward 4-week lows as geopolitical concerns eased after Iran downplayed Israel's apparent strikes. So, yeah, that just popped up here. This notification just popped up. So we're getting a bullish start to the week. Futures rise to start the week. Of course, this is what we've been looking at. Finds its footing following a tech-led sell-off last week. A tech-led sell-off. Why? Well, probably, let's see here. Strong economic data and hawkish remarks from Federal Reserve officials cemented expectations that central bank will delay interest rate cuts, with some analysts saying the Fed may not ease at all this year. You think? Investors now look ahead to U.S. GDP data on Thursday and the Fed preferred PCE price index report on Friday. The earnings season also continues with reports from Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, Alfie, and American Airlines, among others. This week, New Zealand kicks off the week lower, and that's it for today. So, of course, we can look at the markets on here too and see that
futures are coming a bit off their highs, though. Dollar's still dropping.
Yeah, I mean,
still dropping.
The dollar is down, but I would say that the dollar is exerting, but also probably some of these other markets that are up, like Japan, China, South Korea.
Because you see the what's DAX? Do you know what that index?
Singapore. Where DAX?
Yeah.
Germany.
Okay. So I really want to see how the Euro Stock 50 and the DAX does come midnight, because that's when Europe should start opening up. And if those stay green, I have a feeling
where the hell to go?
Normal markets will be green, but if they start to taper off, then we might see a taper off in U.S. equities.
Yeah. Well, right. I think the U.S. futures right now are being influenced by those other markets and probably the dollar intertwined. But
you can see where most of the growth is, because like you look at the major 3 U.S. indexes, the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. NASDAQ's on a huge rally. S&P and Dow Jones are still up, but it's NASDAQ leading the charge. Well, no, it's the
31. It's up 31%. Well, yeah, we don't have the Russell's not indicated on here, but the NASDAQ's up 31% year over year.
Yeah. I'm showing currently, as far as futures go, Russell is up 0.4, almost 0.5. NASDAQ up 0.4.
Yeah.
S&P up 1/4, and Dow Jones almost up 1/4.
Yeah, I was referring to the year-on-year increase. Mm-hmm. So the year-on-year increase in the Russell is only 9%, so it lags there, whereas the NASDAQ is 31% and the S&P is 20%.
And again, I would say
year over year,
so is a lot closer to the real economy, because you've got a lot of small and mid caps in that index. So if we're really having an economy,
the Russell,
all boats, the Russell.
You say the Russell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. So yeah, it's interesting that the Russell's like up 10%, the NASDAQ's up 30%, and the S&P's up 20%, kind of right in the middle. And where's the truth at? You know, who knows? But yeah, you look at, let's see here, what is it? You've got this is Australia, the ASX 200, that's up almost 1%. Singapore up 1.65. Hong Kong, the HK50 up 2.2%.
A lot of these
2.22%. It's just. Mm-hmm.
You look at a lot of
2.25% keeps.
Like I see the daily,
and
a lot of that I bet is because the dollar is retreating. But you look at a lot of these international indexes on a yearly, and you know that DXY has been rallying
down
at the beginning of the year, and you can see how these international stocks are getting the shit beat out of them.
Yeah, like I said the Hong Kong 50 was up 2.25%. Well, yeah, it's up 2.25% today, but year over year it's down 17%.
Yeah. And that's
so
the power of the dollar.
At the time when those stocks were sinking was when our market was surging. And so does it really make sense for when their markets are going up for our market to go up with that too?
Well,
I don't know if that's I don't know.
No.
I don't know if that how long that like if that's really a bullish catalyst is all I'm saying. Like
right.
maybe in the short term, but I'm not sure if I believe that in a longer term scenario. It's pretty pathetic.
A lot of that has to do with dollar.
Now, what is this? Jamaica stock market declined by 11% on Friday, apparently. The JSE, I'm just now seeing this here. You also had Taiwan fall pretty substantially, over 3%. Yeah, not sure what's going on there with that JSE Jamaica. Maybe it's a glitch in the data or something, because it doesn't even say that in the narrative. It just said it went down by 5%. So maybe it was after hours or something. Don't know. Don't have time to look into it now. But
keep in mind,
commodities wise, yeah. Let's see. We have crude down almost 2%. Brent down 0.5%. So there's a spread right there. Crude down almost 2%. West Texas Intermediate. Brent down only 0.6%. So some people look at the spread between Brent and WTI. I don't really know what it tells you, to be honest, but
Brent,
it tells you something.
European oil markets, WTI is West Texas Intermediate. That's more U.S. oil.
And that much, right? That's the the basic knowledge that I have, and I don't know how to interpret that beyond that. Gold is down 0.5% today. Silver's down over 1%. Copper is up 1%. Copper, industrial. As far as
Dr.
I don't really care about agricultural too much, but wheat's down 2.5%. That seems significant. So is corn, down over 2%. That seems also significant. What do we got here? Tin. These are Friday prices though. Tin and nickel were both up over 4%, almost 5%. And yeah, electricity taking a huge hit electricity prices per kilowatt hour down massively in Europe, at Italy, but up massively in Spain. I don't know how this could be possible. Literally up 200%. I don't know. That's ridiculous. It's got to be. I don't know. Don't know.
You would think, because a lot of the European power grids are connected, you might see imports into Spain of power to try and arbitrage that price.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's something there. But yeah. All right. Let's go back over here and finish this out with me, I guess.
To basically insanity or to delist all of his videos. So
I don't know what else to say. All right, listen to what I'm saying. This is a bullish reversal pattern that is spanned for 15 fucking months. It's going to go
15 months.
I don't know what to tell you right now. Take a fucking breather.
Which is in September.
Yep.
I don't even know the context.
Boy, you really missed This is Trey having his meltdown. This is Trey's meltdown. Hopium is a hell of a drug. Boatloads of nonsense they call facts. Yeah.
4 subs, but he's got like 51 likes and a bunch of just because you put Trey in the video and buy and hold.
Yeah, I don't know why. That's the only place we could find this. That's the only place we could find a capture of Trey's meltdown. because Trey unlisted all his videos, made them private, or well, he listed them.
Unlisted. So if you go to the playlist, you should be able to find them, according to him. In the
yeah, but they're not all in playlists. Is the problem. But anyway, they might be in playlists that somebody else put up, though. But this was streamed February 18th of last year, 2023. So that's what's here. So I'm watching my stream from 1 year ago, which is watching this video. This might have been when we first found this meltdown. Or, well, I didn't find it.
All right, listen. I understand. I'm an AMC guy. I know it. I get it.
But you really missed, the fun times when Trey was around. You get a taste of,
I first came into doing YouTube videos dealing with the Red Box crew in late summer of 2022.
Oh.
Those people were absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I get it. People don't want to do anything else. I fucking get it.
The AMC guy.
I get it.
The AMC, by that you mean that you made a shitload of money on AMC? You made a lot of money on AMC. So you're the AMC guy. Because everybody knows you as
That
the
mustache,
AMC guy.
my God.
I know, right?
Done it. You've made it with AMC. Seems like what he means. He's the AMC guy.
Okay, but I can't
The AMC
do
shill.
anything about the fucking stock price. I can't do anything about it. All that I can tell you is what it looks like. It's in a falling Browning wedge. It has an inverse head and shoulders. I can't fucking say anything else.
I will say that.
Have you seen this, Ron?
I get his frustration. I haven't seen it. Like I get his frustration. Like, I'm not saying I approve of anything, like Trey's investment style or the videos or the content, but I get his frustration in that moment of people put him, a mortal human being, on a pedestal, and he's like, I can't do anything about this. I have no control over this. What do you?
Well, that's true. That's true, but he set up an expectation.
True.
And I mean, his audience, from what I recall, was reacting, negatively against the stock price continuing to tumble. At a time when he was maintaining a bullish outlook, which was ridiculous, which was completely ridiculous, was not warranted, and so really it's his audience attempting to hold him accountable in some way, and he's having this meltdown, and I can understand, I what you said, I think we can understand his frustration, but at the same time, it's like, well, then why if you can't handle the heat,
creating these expectations that don't exist,
then get out of the kitchen. Like, if you, and he did ultimately. It wasn't long after this, but, so I don't really have sympathy because there were so many times when I had to sit there and listen to him spew nonsense, manipulative bullshit, and fill these people's heads with garbage. Now, they should have been smart enough to know, or at least question it. Yes. Right. But they weren't. That's the reality. So we don't have an ideal world. We never will.
Things
so we have to look at what it is.
The way I look at it with him is, those people that kind of, like your lottery winners or some of these people who just luck into fame, and they don't have the maturity to understand how to handle that. And at some level, you're kind of caught in this thing, like you said, between us, where it's like, dude, you got this fame and you were all about the glory while you were in it, but at the same time, it's like he wasn't mature enough to handle it, and it's just this weird paradox of, I understand what he's going through, but at the same time, it's like, dude, what were you fucking doing?
Yeah.
And that's why I think is like the big story with a lot of these cult leaders that have disappeared. It's like, it's that paradigm between what were you fucking doing and like they just weren't mature enough to handle the situation.
No, absolutely not. Oh, it gets better. By the way, do you see, I hate to have to point this out, but he's got a cowboy hat back here. It's sitting atop of
fireman's hat.
Well, whatever it is, it's a hat of some kind. It's sitting on top of what was affectionately known as Dwayne, which was his favorite sex toy, if you will. You can see what I'm... See a distinct phallic shape? Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not making it up. I'm just reporting what's there, unfortunately.
Here we go. Here we go. Come on, baby.
Seriously, listen. I sit on these streams for 7 hours a fucking day, demonetized, listening to whatever music I want to listen to, having a fucking blast, teaching people shit for free. What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
That's where the maturity is.
There's the quote.
Disappearing.
You're being a little bitch.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, now what did we say?
Okay.
That's just wow. Is that where that clip?
Yeah, that's something, isn't it?
Videos, after
what
all.
do you
That's
want from me?
Yep, exactly. That's where it comes from. Yep.
Oh my god.
That was clipped out of that.
It is like
like
a meltdown if I've ever seen one. And it's just like,
I mean, and I think I'm pretty sure I harped on Trey
that they got
Yeah.
all this fame and all this fortune, and they weren't mature enough. And you kind of hope that they learn from this experience, and the next time, they get their moment, because I'm sure a lot of these people are younger than I am. They're gonna get a second crack at the apple,
Yes.
but hopefully they know better next time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it probably won't ruin a lot of people, a lot of people that are, in their 20s, whatever, 30s. And, I was always told, like, if you're going to screw up, do it when you're young and you don't have a family and, a lot of responsibilities and whatnot, and you can bounce back and whatever.
That's
so
the thing that's been
true.
Disappointing for me with like the MMTLP crew, because there's a lot of people there that I found. That, we think of like these meme stock people as like younger people, like younger than us, like Zoomers or young.
Oh no.
Young millennials,
not MMTLP.
There's a lot of them that are boomers or Gen X, where they have seriously fucked their lives. These
people that put $60,000 from their the whole retirement fund of $60,000 or something into this, like, that's rough.
Yeah,
I mean,
but you want to feel
again,
sorry for them, but then their words start coming out of their mouth, and you instantly do not feel sorry for them anymore.
Right.
I don't think so. No fucking way. Fuck. The song is absurd. It looks like this only has used to be a given. You could just turn on one of Trey's dumb videos.
Sometimes for Christmas, Santa will leave you coals. And that'll happen, bad children get coals, bad children don't get nice things. And sometimes for Christmas,
I already don't like this
Santa will leave you a little Hershey's.
Yeah, right. I mean, listen to that. It's ridiculous.
For Christmas,
got the porno
Santa will leave you a little Hershey's.
David Mercury out there.
What?
Your stock socking, right? that is kind of what we have here today, heading into the freaking Christmas season. Is some interesting news that has come from the U.S. Justice Department. Now check this out: U.S. Justice Department launches expansive probe into short selling sources. And
oh yeah,
my God, I can't believe that it's taken this long. What really captivates me is this, right? People have been screaming at the SEC for months now, really, ever since January, to perhaps do something about, I don't know.
Perhaps.
What was that?
So I don't know what this.
Maybe it was me. Maybe it was
short selling probe is about.
Nothing. Basically, this was from. Well, this video. Oh, I scrolled past it too quickly.
To, perhaps do something about.
December 2021. So
that would be why I'm totally unaware of it, because December 2021, I was trading blue chips and making fuck tons of money.
I don't know.
Perhaps do something.
Manipulation that takes place on a day-to-day basis, whether it be with short selling, whether it be with bad actors on Twitter and Reddit and mainstream media, yada yada yada. And it kind of
what?
I don't know. Huntington building properties and making a killing on that. But anyway.
Oops. Yeah, no, we're talking about this period of time where
I was totally oblivious of all this shit.
Right here, actually. Right in here. So he's talking about all this manipulation, blah, 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 right here. Well, of course, this is the S&P, but if you throw AMC up there, you know, oh, yeah, no. It was definitely, like, here's the squeeze right here. So it was down a lot, you know, it had gone down a lot by then. So they needed it to go up by a lot, but it went down by a lot. And yeah. Can Trey do something?
That you catch me up on that I was totally oblivious to because I was doing other things.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Like
oh, yeah.
Was this like late 2021, you said? Yeah, I was probably in UMC.
This was, December.
Yeah.
And I was looking at this in February 23, so that was like we were coming back to it. And I had said, one of the comments I made was, wow, it's like hard to find some of these videos because they're unlisted. You got to find them on these playlists. But it used to be a given. We took for granted we could turn on any Trey video, and it was dumb. We could turn on any video and just, you know, listen to it and laugh and point out all the errors. And we really took that for granted. Now it's harder now.
And this is exactly the reason why. And I'm not saying you have to, but if you would, you know, become a member of my channel, it'd really help. But this is why I'm getting all these hard drives and building out my server base, because I know eventually these people are going to start deleting their videos. And I want to preserve the rule of the internet lasts forever. And you can delete all the videos you want to on YouTube. I will not forget. I will not forgive, just like Anonymous. And a year, 2 years from now, we're going to be laughing at how fucking stupid you were.
Automatic margin.
Yeah, I said I was going to wind it down at 258 of a total of 420. So that did not happen, apparently. Where have we heard that?
Welcome back to another
What's going
video.
on, guys?
In this video, I've got another incredibly important AMC update to bring all of you this Sunday.
You know, this was another one.
What we're going to be going over in this video is a really important proposed rule change that is going to be coming into effect over the next couple of weeks. What this is going to
there was this whole thing where they thought, well, I'll just let him say it.
Set off is a series of automatic margin calls every
automatic margin
day.
calls.
This is very important because we are essentially going to be able to.
Right. They won't be able to get away from that one.
Right now, that don't fucking happen.
Suck the liquidity out of all of these different institutions to the point that they may have no choice but to cover their short positions or sell off their long positions that they are massively overlooking.
It's so great for these videos to actually have been, you know, short some stocks, actually understand the mechanics of short selling. So when they talk this bullshit, I'd be like, no, that doesn't ever fucking happen.
Right. Well, yeah, because none of them do. They don't. I mean, they had no clue. This is from June 6th, 2021, by the way. The video that I'm watching in this stream from February 23. This short the VIX video is from June 6, 2021. So after the fucking squeeze. Listen to what he's saying.
Positions that they
crazy.
are over leveraging. There's also a couple of very key important
June 6th.
I like that
So
you're
here's a
even
guy
already on top
who's
of this
been
guy's
grifting for a
in the
while at this
past.
point. June 6th, 2021. And God bless Irene Ingham, by the way. God bless you. You have done something that you never thought
the Lord's work
by simply putting these videos together in a playlist. Thank you, Irene. Wouldn't it be crazy if she was a subscriber? I'm reaching out. No.
Too lazy to do that.
Securities sold, not yet purchased. Oh God.
Oh my God, that was still a thing back
Pet
then
Rock
too.
Miner, did you see
Hey, it's Pet Rock Miner. Haven't
oh,
seen
yeah,
you in forever. Could you come back to us, please?
Silver coins and gold fleck vial. You can pour out the gold.
Look at that Highcroft.
Drugs in there. And I wonder how many of the apes think that this is from Wyckoff Mine. The
Highcroft.
The silver itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice grift. Extremely nice grift. Yes.
And I call it Wyckoff mining because there was one masked investor video where he was talking about Highcroft, and he said he had also been talking about Wyckoff theory at some point around the same period of time. So he said Wyckoff mining by mistake like 2 or 3 times in that video, and I thought it was hilarious. So I just Wyckoff mining. It's a dig on the masked idiot.
Very.
What's really
misinformed.
funny about that one is I knew Highcroft was a scam from the start because I was following Doomberg, and he was talking about how this mine had already gone bankrupt once before and all this stuff. And so when I heard about the Highcroft stuff at AMC, I'm like, what the fuck, guys?
Right. Wow, look at this. Oh my God. Really? It was that was okay, never mind. I don't know what we're looking at here. I'm not sure. Well, the price was all different then, so anyway. Yeah. And hey, if we want to go back, I mean, we could go back like,
oh yeah,
this is, oh crap. Not there.
I really like your
I'm sure there's some really,
that was a well done with the bridge overpass and all that.
Oh, that was I threw that together a couple weeks ago and did not end up using it. And then, I was like, oh crap, I have to make a thing. That'll work. But, it looks like I looked at some of my old videos there, watching garbage videos while eating chicken nuggets.
Like I know we talked about these grifters and how shit their investment strategy is, but I feel like there should be a channel of me and you, because you clearly have some sort of at least passing graphics art experience, and it's just we don't talk about their investing, we don't talk about the stocks, the content of the video, we just look at their thumbnails and their choice of how they present themselves, because a lot of these guys put zero effort into their videos, and it's so fucking obvious. And
zero, yeah.
And it's so bafflingly amazing that simply because they continue to spew out confirmation bias, that they can put the least amount of effort in and get the most amount of views.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Did you ever encounter a user of intellect? You know that? Does that name mean anything to you on Twitter? Okay. Yeah, this is this person that, God.
Well, good evening. Hope everybody's doing well. This is a quick fact check video here. Just want to highlight user of intellect. I call him abuser of intellect. This tweet, ha 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 ha. Scrambling to locate, recall, whatever it is, we like it. And they have a chart here. Not shorting 4 million shares. So I noticed that basically it was the Stonko tracker data, just reformatted a little bit. if you know anything about Stonko Tracker, you know that the available shares to borrow shown on Stonko Tracker.
I mean, this is so basic.
Is the amount provided by Interactive Brokers. It only displays the amount of shares that can be borrowed from them. Let's go back to the original tweet here. So basically, they're showing data from one broker and claiming that it means something across the entire market for AMC. Now, the reality is here.
It's the reason why, while I use international brokers on chart exchange or whatever to give me a basis idea of what the cost to borrow is, Fidelity could be wildly different.
It could, exactly. Yeah,
Your
definitely.
exchange could be wildly different from what Fidelity quotes me. You know, it's
share availability. If you were to look at an ortex update from today, you would see utilization right around 80% and shares on loan 116.3 million. Now, one thing that ortex does not display but can be calculated from these two figures is what is the total number of shares that are loanable, right? How many shares can be lent? So we do a little math here. We have utilization 80%, shares on loans 116.3 million. So we set up this expression, 116.3, and that's
yada yada yada
is equal to 80% or 80 out of 100 of X, and like X is going to be our total number of loanable.
Yeah, this is yeah, I guess I had a little bit more time to do things then. Well, I know I did. But yeah. So I guess what am I getting at here?
Reverse
times 100 over 80.
You're provided a data set and you're like, hey, I can use these two things to get the data that I want.
Right.
Multiply, divide that out, you get 145.375 million total loanable shares. Okay, so, and you're looking at a difference of around 29 or so million shares between the 145 and the 116 that are on loan. What the current utilization was, this is end of day from today, you can see the total number of shares on loan, and that data is pretty much real time for Ortex. And you can see that on the live update here that there was only about 900,000 shares borrowed today with 1.4 million returned. So you actually had a net decrease in short interest today. However, Abuser of Intellect is showing this decrease of availability. And what does that mean? Well, that means that Interactive Brokers availability decreased. That's all it means, because we know that there are 145 million shares total loanable, and that only 116 of them are loaned out, which gives us 80% utilization. So this is likely.
I totally forgot about all this. I don't remember doing this.
Between various lenders in the securities lending market. So it's not really indicative of much of anything, especially using Interactive Brokers.
Oh, yeah.
This is a retail brokerage. What does that have to do with the institutions, the hedge funds? When you know the statistics from Ortex as far as how many shares have been lent, and by extension, how many shares are available when we do a little easy, quick math here.
I like
so
that you use the AMC font that I used for some thumbnails.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to use that.
Because I was told it was really hard to read.
It is, yeah. It's not the best for anything other than that.
Hey, Abuser of Intellect, why are you reposting Stonko Tracker data that only represents Interactive Brokers?
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yep. On the bottom of it, so, and you can base.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's the kind of stuff.
Tag there, very nice. I love Sean, too.
Yeah.
It's more than we share a first name.
Right. Here's another one. Yeah, nobody's selling, but nobody's selling.
One of the major pillars of the APE thesis is high retail ownership of AMC stock. You see numbers 90%, 75% retail ownership.
Now on weekends to be doing this sort of retrospective.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Reporting 58%. Now I thought it would be interesting if I could somehow get historical figures from Fidelity. And it turns out the web archive does have a couple of archive versions of this page. So the first one is from February 26th, and it essentially shows 82% owned by retail. Now,
this is interesting too, yeah.
Fewer shares back then, so we don't have exact figures.
It's a common theme, but somewhere between 377 million and 450 million shares were in existence at that time. Of course, now it's well over 500 million, but 81%. And on May 9th, we see it's 78.9%, and now currently 58%. These statements by the analysts are without merit. So despite the poor quality of data that's available to retail and all of the nonsense available on Reddit, there are ways that you can inform yourself. Check out my Telegram chat. The link's in the description.
Yeah. So basically, Fidelity shows this retail ownership figure, and I showed that it went down over the period that they said they weren't selling. So, I mean, sorry,
Very nice.
but, I trust that over that. I trust that over that. There's one more that was possibly relevant here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is it. So the context here is
I like the
yeah.
that I know I recognize that dun, 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 dun. That's
I think it's Intel.
Windows, right?
Yeah, I think it's the Intel.
Yeah, that's right.
Intel Inside.
Touch.
So yeah, because what's his name here? Roensch Capital said what will happen to AMC during the market crash, and he said, I can't believe I don't have the link to his video in there, but apparently I don't. And it was kind of the beginning of a haiku theme too. Let me take a swing. I think I'll do it faster. Do you dare me to? 575. But yeah, and I said, okay, yeah, I can do it. Yeah, guess what? AMC will crash too when the market crashes. This was in December 21st, 2021. And, then 2022 happened. Where's that at? SPY. And,
sure enough,
2022 happened right here. And sure enough,
would you look
yeah, everything they both went down together. And every time there was a pump and dump spike, short covering events, followed it, but it always went back. So, well, anyway. Yep, I think that about covers everything. What do you got going on this week?
I'm going to be looking very
as far as
at a situation that I will probably keep people apprised of in the Telegram, because it's a very interesting arbitrage play, and I don't want it leave in the bag yet because it's not ripe yet. But if you want a reason to join Scotty's Telegram, I'm going to talk with him once the stream is over, and we'll be keeping an eye on it, and we'll be letting the Telegram people know. So there you go. But that's
okay.
What I'm eye on this week.
Sounds good. Oh, I know there's one more video that not mine, but that's probably can play us out. We used to do this. Play us out.
What's up?
Oh, well, I just gave it away, but yeah, what's up, man? Yeah. So we'll let Frankie play us out.
Anything that I say in this video is for entertainment purposes. Anything that I say,
and
it's my opinion, might not necessarily be factual. Don't back.
And we'll catch you all on the flip side.
That I say in this video, do your own DD. Look, man, I've been looking at the battle that's been going on between Trump and Citadel, and with the allegations that Trump and his team put out there, and his advisors,
what I'm going to talk about with you.
What's that?
The whole DJT situation. I want to bait.
Oh yeah.
More.
All right, I'm gonna let this play.
Yeah, go ahead.
They saying that they think that they stock been getting naked shorted. People been using counterfeit, shares in his stock. That's what prompted me to do this video. See, bro, let's check this out. When you understand the play that Wall Street has been running, they've been running the same play for decades. When you see the play that they've been running, then that's when you will understand how dangerous it is for retail investors, in my opinion, now, to put their money in the stock market. And that's how you will understand that if you put your money in the stock market and you don't know what you're doing, you're probably going to get wiped out because it's all fraud, bruh. It's a scam. You see what I'm saying? See, we be talking about short squeeze plays, but the real play, the play that Wall Street has been running, is counterfeiting, in my opinion, naked shorting, and security fraud. That's the real play. That's the play. They've been using that play for decades. That's the play that Wall Street, the 1%ers, and the criminals been using, in my opinion, to make sure that the 99% stay on the bottom and the 1% stay on the top. That's the play they've been running. That's the play, man, they've been running, you know, and they've used that play, in my opinion, to probably take trillions of dollars from retail investors over the past decade. They've been running that same play, you know, to control retail investors and to control the stock market. So we're talking about short squeeze plays. That ain't the master play. The master play is counterfeiting, security fraud, you know, and naked shorting. That's the play. Because, see, in my opinion, the goal is and always has been to make sure that retail cannot use the stock market to build wealth for their families or themselves. The only reason why they let us in the stock market, the only reason why they want us in the stock market is for us to be cash cows. That's it. So in order for them to make sure that retail investors stay on the bottom, it ain't but one way to do that. That's counterfeiting, security fraud, and naked shorting. That's the only way they can do it. That's why, in my opinion, when you look at the security fraud that retail investors been being subjected to over the past 3.5 years and over the past decade, you know, with the billions of synthetic shares, you know, allegedly that's been running through stocks like AMC, GTII, you know, Finger, probably Donald Trump stock, all the stocks that retail investors are investing in, and they trying to make life-changing money. Bro, they running the same play. They using security fraud, in my opinion. They using naked shorting and counterfeiting to keep retail investors in check. It's intentional. In my opinion, man, they are allowing them to do it.
Yeah, naked shorting.
Why do you think if they know what's going on, they won't do nothing about it? It means they want them to do it, in my opinion. Somebody want them to do it. It's intentional. They running the same play to steal trillions of dollars from retail investors, and they running the same play to make sure that they control the stock market and keep retail investors in check. That's what they doing. And see, a lot of people, they excited about Donald Trump and his team, his advisors, sending a letter to the NASDAQ, letting them know that their stock is being manipulated and probably criminally attacked. A lot of people excited, they elated, they ecstatic, they happy. But here's the thing, man. Donald Trump, he's just one man. Think about it. These criminals have been doing this for decades. They made trillions of dollars. So the thing is, you got to ask yourself the question, can one man go up against all these criminals, hedge funds, market makers? You know, can one man go up against them and actually stop this? You got to look at how much money on the table. And I'm going to close with this note. Look, man.
What if he's actually a criminal too?
Come up at the end of the new settlement rules. So my thing is this. This is the way I look at it. If after the new settlement rules and the new transparency rules, all this stuff come up, and after May the 28th, if you still don't see the true prices of stocks like AMC, GTII, Finger, or Donald Trump stock, or any of these stocks, man, that retail heavily invested in, if the new regulations kick in at the end of May, and you're not able to see the true prices of these stocks, because what we're seeing now is security fraud. That's not the real.
How would you know if they
you get a true price and it's lower? What then, my friend?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They want to take away the off exchange. You know,
If we're not able to see, man, the real price of these stocks, no type of price movement, then you know, man, the regulation is just symbolic. They ain't really gonna do shit with it. And they ain't doing that with it. You know, everything is symbolic. So
because nothing else has changed, because they haven't sold, you know. So if they haven't sold, then how could the price go down? And because they represent 90% of the shareholders or whatever, it's all garbage.
Again,
clearly, but it's interesting.
All apes are retail investors. Not all retail investors are apes. Once you realize that,
the
argument falls apart. You see that? You have to make a personal decision as to whether you want to stay in this stock market and deal with the fraud, or you want to use some other aspects of the financial system to try to build wealth for you and your family. You see what I'm saying? So we'll see after May.
Well, like buying and holding index funds or something like
Wall Street, bro. You know, sometimes we get so emotional. We want to try to make life-changing money. We don't understand Wall Street been running the same play, bro. It's the same play. They've been doing the same play, man, for the past decade. And they've been letting them do it. It's intentional. They know exactly what these criminals doing, bro. See, it's about taking.
Say that again.
He's trying to buy lotto tickets instead of playing the long game, and that's why you fail, as Yoda would say.
Yep.
But it's all about taking retail investors' money. They can't keep retail in check. They can't control the stock market, in my opinion, unless they make sure the stock market is not based on supply and demand. And they,
as if that's going to save the argument.
What if you're a retail investor that bought NVIDIA at $250?
Yeah.
Could you say the same thing then? Sorry, I'm eating a nutty bar.
These criminals
like, yeah, because you picked the wrong fucking stocks. But if you picked AMD or
But you don't even have to buy
SMCI
stocks. If you just bought Walmart
or just the SPY,
Costco,
or the NASDAQ, yes, or any of those, yeah. I mean, those are favorites among retail too. Yeah, no, this is completely. I mean, completely misguided.
Fraud, naked shorting, and counterfeiting. That's how they're controlling the market. That's why we keep. They know what's going on. In my opinion, I don't think they have no intentions of stopping it. But we'll see. We'll see what the new regulations do at the end of May. These are just my opinions, man. Might not necessarily be factual. They're just allegations. Thank you for taking time out to watch the video. Have a nice day.
So, I heard something about they've been running the same play for decades. I think he said that once or twice in there. Yeah. What do you do with that?
Well, you hope Darwin's theory on some things is correct, and these people just self-select themselves right out of the gene pool.
I started the video I started the live stream with this video. I'm going to end it with the same one. I don't know if you saw it, but I know most people probably weren't here. So we'll just end. It's 3 minutes.
Since the best coming at you with another video.
And that's it. And we're done.
Video, I was watching Donahue's video talking about the beef between Ken Griffin and Donald Trump with the market insider. I'll go over there in just a second. But I come up with an idea, and I told him about it. And check this out. Hey, AMC Apes, I have an idea. At Real Donald Trump and Kenny Boy,
the GPT zone,
all work together and get hashtag get rid of Ken Griffin and tag the Don like I just did. Maybe he will see our message and hashtag share it on every social platform, including
the reason they did this pump, and I was told about this later. But the whole reason of this pump is that for the insiders to get a share bonus, the stock price needs to stay above a certain price at a certain time period. And this entire pump is designed to keep the share price lofty so they get their share bonus that they will then almost assuredly, when the holding period ends, dump into your fucking lap.
Of course.
All this is a wealth extraction process with DJT. Insiders cashing out at your expense.
Bingo. I also like the GPT zone at Gunter Bubby, owner of the Chat GPT zone, custom GPTs for every task. What? Okay.
With
media and news company.
I'm with him to
my custom GPTs.
ChatGPT can be a great tool if used properly. And I think that certain people should use it, but to a certain extent, I think for a lot of people, it's become a confirmation bias box where they insert certain prompts to get the answers they want out of ChatGPT. And I worry about that.
For sure. Well, yeah. They'll learn, I guess. They'll learn. Gemini knows.
I'd like to believe that.
Use Gemini instead. But I mean, I was feeding it pretty neutral prompts. You know, I wasn't trying to sway it. I wanted to see what it would say, and it did right by me. It gave me AIDS, or it gave me the idea for AIDS. Anyway,
social. Now, by the time you see this video, it'll be on Twitter. Y'all can go like it, retweet it, and let's get it out there. But this is the article that Donahue was talking about. Market insiders, billionaire Ken Griffin firm calls Trump media CEO a loser after criticism of short selling. I'll link to the video so y'all can go watch Donahue's video on it, and I don't have to repeat that.
Right.
But after I watched that video, and then I came and I read the article, I said, maybe this could go a little deeper. Let's dig and see if there's anything else we could be between Donald Trump and Ken Griffin. Because if anybody can take Ken Griffin down, it's the Don. So I want you to.
Yeah. I don't know if I believe that.
No.
Stop for a second. Listen to this clip from a year ago where Ken Griffin was talking about Donald Trump.
Washington, you've become one of the largest individual donors to political candidates in the United States, and as a result, your voice carries an increasing amount of weight inside the Republican Party. If you've told me, Ken, and you told others that it was, and presumably still is, time.
I don't know what happened with the video there. It was weird.
Trump.
I must tell you, having worked with him directly during the onset of the pandemic, he cares deeply about America. A lot of good things happened in that administration under his leadership. And I think for just a litany of reasons, it's time the country moves forward. We should thank the president for his leadership over the pandemic. But the president of the United States is not just about policies, it's about the prestige of the office, it's about bringing our country together, it's about unifying the American psyche. We fell short on that as a country in his administration. So now you talk about the battle for the White House. And I'd like to think that the Republican Party is ready to move on from somebody who's been, for this party, a three-time loser.
Now, three-time loser.
I mean,
okay. Well, I know he's going to disagree with that, but let's think about that. On the midterm elections after his presidential win, loss. Attempting to win re-election, loss, and I assume the prediction is he's going to lose his second attempt at re-election, which I guess that's presumptuous, but take it as you will.
It is. I think, unfortunately.
Come on, man. No wonder they beefing. He called him a three-time loser and backed DeSantis, and he just knew DeSantis was going to take Trump.
Wait, well, technically he ran as a third-party candidate as a vice president all the way back in 2000. So I guess maybe if you were deep in the Trump lore, you knew
that's true. Yeah.
Because he was running.
Well,
what's his name in that third party ticket? I know I should know.
Here's what Chris Christie said. Chris Christie said, this was back in June of 2013. He said, Republican president. This is from The Hill. I'll just bring that article in. Chris Christie slammed former President Trump on Sunday as a three-time loser, as a former New Jersey governor ramped up his criticism. Quote, I will do what I need to do to be up on that stage to try to save my party and save my country from going down the road of being led by three-time loser Donald Trump. Loser in 2018 by losing the House, loser in 2020 by losing the White House and the United States Senate, and the worst midterm performance we've seen in a long, long time, led by Donald Trump selected candidates, with Donald Trump as the main issue in many of those races. Loser, 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 Christie said. So that may be what he's referring to. That was apparently a talking point.
Like, I get what he's saying, but I would, like, not...
Lost the House in 2018.
Donald
lost the White House.
A bit of a reach if he's framing it like that.
And, well, I mean, a lot of those people did lose, though.
Sure.
Led by Trump-selected candidates. I mean, yeah. I mean, it certainly didn't do him any favors, though. We can say that.
Right.
You know. Where the hell is he?
Stepped out the side. So now, Ken, what happened to all that fucking donation money? You should get some of it back. I'd check with, what's his name? Ron. Let's get this hashtag trending, people. Get rid of King Griffin and tag Donald Trump in every tweet, because I'm going to tell you something.
I
try to be soft with CSI because we have kind of a vibe going now where, you know, we can talk to each other. But, like, I'd be really careful of this because DJT is such an obvious fucking scam. Like, if you can't see the writing on the wall, I would ask that you get a magnifying glass or some glasses or some contacts because it is so fucking obvious. Please.
Well, yeah, it is. But listen to what he just said here at the end.
In every tweet, because I'm going to tell you something, that's going to be your next president. Believe it or not. So
I would rather not.
So,
like, look, I'll say for the past two elections, both of these, the original Trump v. Biden, and even the one before that, Trump v. Hillary, and this now Trump v. Biden rematch, I would take the 45 slug. Wow,
well,
I really killed the room.
I don't really have an opinion. I don't really have an opinion other than, you know, I don't think it's about, I think it's about for him and people like him.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's I don't think it's about Trump necessarily so much as it is about
the movement.
You know, yeah, the whole social aspect of it, which is ridiculous to me that's even a thing.
Well, and it's also big about this, you know, tying your caboose to the right train, and like you gotta pick your spot, and like I can understand if you think Trump, the elected official, is someone to get behind. I can understand if his message appeals to people, but DJT, the company, is not that. It is not that.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely talking about Trump is going to be elected. You know, he's interjecting his presidential politics
into a stock
in here. That's my point. And that's my point. Yeah, is that it's emotional for him. It's more than you know, one or the other thing. He's got it all wrapped up, and for him, it's you know, well, they're attacking his stock and they're attacking him, and yeah, it's not good. I mean, like he's got here, like you know, Donahue George's video, AMC Great News, Trump is about to get involved. You can't read it because he's got a white heading behind it, but And YouTube is always white, so
that is a YouTube faux pas on that, because I'm pretty all right with the thumbnail.
Isn't it though?
Just
I
that
mean,
white text fucks
yeah.
everything up.
Model 3 dude saying CSI is nuts. Trump is not presidential material.
Oh, I'd agree.
Biden is nursing home material. Well, I think they both are.
Yeah,
honestly. I mean,
yeah. Like I
see,
said,
Trump,
these two potential candidates, I would take the 45 slug.
Trump is unable to re-up on his Vyvanse or whatever during the trial. Apparently, he's falling asleep. what have you?
Look,
you know,
you're doing it wrong.
Various things have been said. Look, I've been.
What you're looking for is the chestnut of a line from Bill Mayer, which is when he was referring to 9/11 conspiracy theorists. He's like, you should stop, posting or whatever you're doing and check with your doctor if Paxil is right for you.
Oh no! Well, I was just referring to him falling asleep.
Yeah.
I don't know if they use that one for narcolepsy or not, but okay,
well,
fine.
I believe it.
He's not even able to re-up
for narcolepsy
on his.
Time I took it, I did not eat very much, and sleeping was the last thing that I would be able to do.
Yeah.
It's
so yeah, maybe yeah. Let's just. I was gonna say, let's just simplify this here. He was unable to re-up on his amphetamines.
There you go.
During the trial. His uppers, so stimulants, and apparently he's falling asleep. But there was funny news from the jury selection, and they had all these people, and they were looking at their social media history posts and all of the things that they've said about Trump, and they were all read.
I want to get you
in
on
front of him.
This Tim Pool and Pulte live stream, going over that Mystery Science Theater style, because that comes up in the live stream. Like the whole, oh my goodness, some of the jurors don't like Trump. It's like, well, it's a jury of your peers. So, yeah, you're going to get some people who like Trump and some people who don't like Trump. Welcome to jury selection, my dude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
Lynn says long known Adderall thing.
If it's hopelessly biased against.
Yeah, right. And they had to constantly remind people, look, we don't expect you not to have heard of this guy, but do you think that you're unable, do you think that you're able to be impartial, and I believe they got it ironed out, but I mean, pretty bizarre in any case. So
situation, because people can always lie about what they think about things.
Right. Yeah. Well, of course. Yeah. And then you have, crazy events outside the court,
right?
Man died. I mean, just it's it's already a media circus, which is pretty much par for the course, right? So, unprecedented times, unprecedented.
Lol.
Anyway, well, yeah, I guess that's about it. I'm gonna roll the outro here, and it's just a little after 11, so that works out. So,
yeah.
Anything else? We'll check in with you.
Yeah.
This coming week, and
I'm sure
see what's happening. All right. Thanks for
these people have been making plenty of content for me to pump out. Princess Amount Stupid. They're doing it at such a rate. I'm having to do it as live streams now. I feel like I'm cutting into your territory by doing these live streams that are
hey, you're not, because I do not don't worry about that. So yeah, it's just like just like the market. Don't worry about what I'm trading. Just trade. Yeah, exactly. Trade what you want to trade. Go live when you want to go live. There's plenty out there for everybody. So, well, in that case, thanks for your service, and we'll catch you on the flip side soon.
We'll have you on one of these Princess Amount Stupid live streams.
It'll happen. It'll happen eventually. All right.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's It's impossible!
This is what happens
Here it is.
when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch. What do you fucking want from me?
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Man, fuck you.
Appreciate that.
You a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was thinking that too, Manuel.
Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying?
Ay, ay, ay. Well, it's late anyway, so.
I don't know. I don't really think that's.
All right, guys. Thank everybody.
Suddenly you change the world.
We'll see you later.